今天的主礼嘉宾进场。
Please join us in welcoming our guests of honor.
音乐，快！请各位嘉宾就座。谢谢各位摄影师。尊敬的各位来宾、女士们、先生们，大家下午好！欢迎来到香港海运周2024开幕典礼暨2024世界航商大会的现场。我是中央广播电视总台亚太总站的主持人朱丹。
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Warmly welcome to the opening ceremony of Hong Kong Maritime Week 2024 and the World Maritime Merchant Forum 2024. I'm Frank He Yiming from China Merchant Energy Shipping, CMES.
自2016年香港海运港口局首次举办香港海运周以来，今年海运周已踏入第8届。 并成为国际和本地海运界备受期待的年度旗舰活动，成功对外展示香港作为世界一流国际航运中心的地位。而世界航商大会自2021年创办以来，已经成为推动全球航运产业链繁荣进步的重要平台和标志性盛会。 今年，香港海运周和世界航商大会再度携手合作，带领大家一起连通世界，航向绿色未来。
Hong Kong Maritime Week was first launched by the Hong Kong Maritime Port Board in 2016 and has become a prominent annual event of shipping industry both globally and regionally. It showcases the world of Hong Kong's position as a leading international maritime center. Additionally, since its inaugural event in 2021, the World Maritime Merchant Forum has become an important platform and a flagship event for advancing developments of the global shipping industry. This year, Hong Kong Maritime Week has partnered once again with the World Maritime Merchant Forum to gather us for connection with the entire global community and promotion of a greener future.
Our forum gathers nearly 2,000 leading delegates of the global maritime industry in Hong Kong. We would like to extend our warmest welcome to all.
Meantime, it's our privilege to introduce esteemed guests of honor.
Mr. Leung Cheng-yin, Vice Chairman of National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference.
中国人民政治协商会议全国委员会副主席梁振英先生。
Mr. Chen Kok-ki, the Acting Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China.
中华人民共和国香港特别行政区署理行政长官陈国基先生。
Mr. Zheng Yanxiong, Director, Liaison Office of the Central People's Government in the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region.
中央人民政府驻香港特别行政区联络办公室主任郑彦雄先生。
Mr. Cui Jianchun, Commissioner of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China in the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region.
中华人民共和国外交部驻香港特别行政区特派员公署特派员崔建春先生。
Mr. Fu Xuying, Vice Minister, Ministry of Transport of the People's Republic of China.
中华人民共和国交通运输部副部长傅旭莹先生。
Mr. Miao Jianming, Chairman, China Merchants Group Limited.
招商局集团有限公司董事长廖建明先生。
In the meantime, we're also grateful for the support from the following parties.
The co-organizers, Hong Kong Shipowner Association, Hong Kong Maritime Museum, Hong Kong Trade Development Council, Invest Hong Kong, and the partners.
And the supporting organizations, Asian Ship Owners Association, Baltic and International Maritime Council, China Maritime Law Association, China Ship Owners Association, China Ship Owners Mutual Assurance Association, Hong Kong Maritime Law Association, International Association of Dry Cargo Ship Owners, International Association of Independent Tank Owners, International Chamber of Shipping, International Group of P&I Clubs, International Union of Maritime Insurance, Maritime London, the London Maritime Arbitrators Association, and World Shipping Council, and last but not least, our global and regional activity organizers.
Now it's a great honor to have Mr. Chen Kuoqi, the Acting Chief Executive of the Hong Kong SAR, to deliver his opening address and start the beginning of our great event. Mr. Chen, welcome.
Honorable Vice Chairman C.Y. Leung, Director Zheng Yanxiong, Commissioner Cui Jianchun, Vice Minister Fu Xuying, Chairman Mao Jianming, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. A very warm welcome to Hong Kong Maritime Week and the World Maritime Merchants Forum, which gets going right here immediately after our opening ceremony. This is the 8th edition of the Maritime Week, and I'm delighted to say it is expected to draw some 14,500 professionals from all over the world. The theme of this year's Maritime Week, Navigating to a Greener Future, is a clear and compelling statement of our commitment to sustainability. Throughout this week, you will want to take in some of the many seminars, workshops, and related events spotlighting sustainability that our industry. That includes the Asian Logistics, Maritime, and Aviation Conference, which opened this morning. And there is a lot more to offer, from harbor and terminal tours and golf club to lunches and networking cocktails, games, competitions, and a diverse array of international, regional, and local happenings. It is all part of Maritime Week 2024. So is the World Maritime Merchant Forum, the 4th edition. Indeed, the forum has become the signature event promoting the global shipping industry chain. This year's forum tackles such critical topics as the role of ship finance in industrial transformation, the implications of the new carbon tax regulations, and the transformative potential of artificial intelligence in driving digital change in shipping. Our strategic location as a gateway to Asia, together with our sophisticated facilities and infrastructure, has been central to Hong Kong's rise as one of the world's busiest and most efficient ports. In the latest International Shipping Center Development Index, Hong Kong ranked 4th overall, boasting more than 300 weekly international container vessel sailings to nearly 500 destinations. The average length of stay of container vessels in Hong Kong port is 0.95 days. That is about half the average of 1.85 days for the world's top 20 container ports. Our efficiency, I'm pleased to say, has earned us the reputation of being a catch-up port. And our unique institutional strengths under one country, two systems, together with our common law system, make Hong Kong an ideal hub for high-value-added maritime services. We are determined to build on our maritime strengths as the 2024 policy address published last month underlined. Maritime initiatives outlined in the policy address include the establishment of the Hong Kong Maritime and Port Development Board. The high-level advisory body will assist the government in developing policy and long-term strategy for the maritime sector. The board will include representatives from the maritime industries, ensuring that our policies are informed by those who understand the industry best. We will also promote the development of high-value-added maritime and professional services by encouraging shipping principals and maritime enterprises to establish a presence or expand in Hong Kong. That means promoting the tax exemptions we introduced in the past few years for ship leasing in businesses and half-rate tax concessions for maritime insurance, ship management, ship agency, and shipbroking. We will also look to enhance these concessions to ensure that they remain internationally attractive. And we will explore tax measures to encourage commodity traders to look to Hong Kong for their future. Talent is also crucial to our future success. We will continue to invest in maritime service talent development, strengthening our collaboration with international maritime insurance organizations. We will also expand the Maritime and Aviation Training Fund to cover more green energy courses and marine insurance examinations. Sustainability, transforming Hong Kong into a green maritime center, is at the heart of our policy priorities. Earlier this year, our Marine Department began offering cash incentives for Hong Kong registered ships that meet international decarbonization standards. We will expand our promotion of this initiative, encouraging more ships to participate. Our ambitions also include developing Hong Kong into a green maritime fluid bunkering center. Just a few days ago, we published our action plan on green maritime fluid bunkering. Our efforts included the development of essential infrastructure, promoting reduced port emissions, and providing incentives for the use of green maritime fluids. No less important, the action plan emphasizes collaboration with Greater Bay Area ports and working to create green shipping corridors with other ports. In short, it will fast-track our progress as a green maritime center. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you the best of business and pleasure at Maritime Week, a productive World Maritime Merchants Forum, and smooth sailing in the coming year, whatever your course or destination. Thank you.
Thank you for the inspiring speech, Mr. Chan. Next, may I invite Mr. Lam Sai-Hung, the Secretary for Transport and Logistics of the Hong Kong SAR Government and the Chairman of the Hong Kong Maritime and Port Board, to deliver his opening remarks. Mr. Lam, please.
The Honorable Acting Chief Executive KK Chen, the Honorable Vice Chairman C.Y. Leung, Director Zheng Yanxiong, Commissioner Cui Jian-chun, Vice Minister Fu Xuyin, Chairman Mao Jianmin, distinguished guests, friends of the global maritime community, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's indeed my great pleasure to join you or in the opening of the 8th edition of the Hong Kong Maritime Week and the 4th World Maritime Merchants Forum. Once again, we have two great events under one roof this year. With the staunch support from 14 support organizations, the week-long Hong Kong Maritime Week will feature a comprehensive lineup of activities with an aim to ignite discussions by industry practitioners on important maritime topics and raise general community's interest towards the maritime industry. The global maritime sector is undergoing profound transformation in recent years, driven by digitalization, decarbonization, geopolitical and trade dynamics. The global maritime community are responding flexibly and effectively to the forces of change. We, in Hong Kong, are getting ourselves prepared for both the challenges and opportunities ahead. Last December, the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region Government launched an action plan on maritime and port development strategy, outlining 10 strategies and 32 action measures from 4 directions to consolidate and enhance Hong Kong's status as an international maritime center. This year, the policy address has also unveiled a myriad of other important and significant measures to develop Hong Kong as an international maritime center. Enhancing Hong Kong's role as a maritime superconnector has always been on our priority, and this is one of the purposes of the Hong Kong Maritime Week. The program of the Hong Kong Maritime Week this year has seen even stronger connection with the international community. For the first time, the International Chamber of Shipping, supported by my bureau, has staged a 2-day global maritime trade summit. Ministers from around the world gathered in Hong Kong to conduct ministerial dialogues on issues affecting the international maritime community. This year, the Hong Kong Maritime Week will also debut a new film on Belt and Road development, featuring activities that shine a spotlight on the development under our country's Belt and Road initiative. I believe there are much more than fun and opportunities you may find throughout the week. Our 2 flagship events, the World Maritime Merchants Forum and the Asian Logistics, Maritime and Aviation Conference, will run alongside for industry leaders to exchange market intelligence and identify business opportunities. The Captain's Table, being the industry's leading maritime startup contest, will bring together aspiring innovators seeking to bring their innovation to market. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you will enjoy our hospitality and find the events useful for connecting with your fellows in the industry. I wish you all a fruitful and rewarding week. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lam. Coming up next, we would like to invite our officiating guests to come on stage for the kickoff ceremony.
Now may we invite Mr. Chan Ko-Kee, the Acting Chief Executive of the Hong Kong SAR.
Mr. Liang Kunlin, Vice Chairman of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consortium Conference.
Mr. Zheng Yanxiong, Director, Liaison Office of the Central People's Government in the Hong Kong SAR.
Mr. Cui Jianchun, Commissioner of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China in the Hong Kong SAR.
Mr. Fu Xuyin, Vice Minister, Ministry of Transport of the People's Republic of China.
Mr. Lin Seihun, Secretary for Transport and Logistics of the Hong Kong SAR.
Mr. Miao Jianming, Chairman, China Merchants Group Limited.
Ms. Mabel Chan, Permanent Secretary for Transport and Logistics of the Hong Kong SAR.
Ms. Xu Dai, Director and President, China Merchants Group Limited.
The Honorable Frank Yak, Member of the Legislative Council of the Hong Kong SAR.
Mr. Wellington Koo, Chairman of the Promotion and External Relations Committee of Hong Kong Maritime and Port Board.
Ms. Anga Banga, Chairman of the Hong Kong Ship Owner Association.
Mr. Timothy Lee, Chairman of the Manpower Development Committee of Hong Kong Maritime and Port Board.
Mr. Richard Huck, Board Chairman of the Hong Kong Maritime Museum.
So our cameras will be ready. We will take a photo later on. Okay, now may our guest of honor on stage to take a group photo first. 我们先合影留念。
Thank you. And next, let's move on to the interactive kickoff ceremony. Our honorable guests on stage will be separated into 3 groups.
我们即将进行仪式，现场嘉宾将会被分为3组来相继按灯。
Firstly, may our 4 honorable guests of the first group denote your button to start light up, and may you please press the button together.
请第一组的嘉宾按灯，就是台上在离我最远的方向的嘉宾。第一组的嘉宾，请按灯。3, 2, 1。
Now may we ask the second group's guests to press your
Super Connector
buttons.
超级联系人。
Now may we ask the second group's guests to press the buttons here.
这是离我最近的几位嘉宾。第二组嘉宾，请按灯。3, 2, 1。Super Value Adder 超级增值人。
Last but not least, for the third group's guests at the mid on stage, may you please also press the button together.
请位于中间的第三组嘉宾按灯。3, 2, 1。Green Shipping 绿色航运。好的，请各位嘉宾向前移。
We would like to invite the officiating guest to take a photo again.
好。I would like to also invite our guests from these supporting organizations to join us on stage.
Captain Xu Lirong, Chairman of China Ship Owner Mutual Assurance Association.
Mr. Emilio Grimaldi, Chairman of International Chamber of Shipping. Mr. Li Zhuyong, Chairman of China Maritime Law Association.
Mr. Fen Boming, Executive Vice President of China Merchants Group Limited.
Mr. Im Kon, Member of the Legislative Council of the Hong Kong SAR.
Mr. Wang Seifa, Director of Marine of the Hong Kong SAR Government.
Mr. Luo Qiejun, Vice President of the China Iron and Steel Industry Association.
Professor Shan Hongjun, President of Dalian Maritime University.
So our cameras will be ready and we will take a photo. So 请我们的摄影师准备好。Okay, our cameras are ready. Now let's capture this precious moment with another group photo.
Now may I invite our distinguished guests to take your seats, please. 请各位嘉宾入座。Before we wrap up the opening ceremony, we are honored to welcome Mr. Aronsenia Dominguez, the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, to deliver a recorded speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, the maritime sector is in transition, navigating to a greener future. This is driven by the imperative to protect our ocean and planet from greenhouse gas emissions and from pollution. Shipping will always be needed to supply world trade, but shipping must adapt. The International Maritime Organization, as the global regulatory body, has adopted the 2023 IMO strategy on the reduction of GHG emissions from ships, with a clear ambition to reach net zero GHG emissions from international shipping by or around 2050, and a significant uptake of alternative zero and near zero GHG fuels by 2030. Member states remained strongly committed to achieving this goal. Currently, midterm measures are being developed, including a GHG fuel standard and an economic pricing mechanism. The adoption of these mandatory measures in late 2025 will propel shipping to a new era. It is clear that maritime decarbonization requires a collective effort. The bunkering sector is gearing up to handle new fuels with different hazards and operational challenges. The maritime workforce needs to upskill and prepare. We are pursuing greater synergy with the energy sector, which will play a key role in ensuring access to zero and near zero emission fuels. It is essential to emphasize and leverage opportunities for developing countries to supply these fuels to global shipping. The delivery of fuels for the entire supply chain will need to adapt and evolve. Alongside decarbonization, we must ensure shipping is ready for advanced digital tools, emerging technologies, cybersecurity, e-certification, mental health, and gender sensitization. The decarbonization transition must be inclusive and support developing countries. It must facilitate technology trials to advance maritime decarbonization, while supporting the use of digital tools to optimize operations, reduce fuel consumption, and monitor emissions in real time. IMO is supporting the ability of all states through the transition, with a range of global programs targeting in particular small island developing states and least developed countries. We need a deeper understanding of emerging alternative fuels and their management. IMO has initiated this process. Interim safety guidelines for various fuel types, including hydrogen, as well as other low and zero carbon fuels, have been developed. Experience with the use of these fuels in the maritime sector should be fed back to IMO so that we can ensure a robust safety regime. I urge all stakeholders to focus on the task at hand, ensuring sustainable practices pushing for diversity and inclusion and bringing everyone on board. I am optimistic that the entire shipping sector is ready to embrace the transformative potential of the green journey ahead. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and just bring to the end of the opening ceremony. Now, we'd like to launch the anchor event of this week, the World Maritime Merchant Forum 2024, with the theme Navigating the Cycles. Our forum will address the challenges and opportunities which the shipping industry has faced on the global trend of significant magnitude. By collaboration of resources, we aim to build up a new ecology for development of global shipping industry.
香港海运周开幕典礼到此结束。下面我们隆重推出今年香港海运周的旗舰活动—— 2024世界航商大会。本届大会以“跨越周期，融合向新”为主题，聚焦全球经贸大变局下航运产业发展面临的挑战与机遇，集合行业内外资源，共同构建全球航运发展新生态。
A short video was prepared to indicate the theme and ambition of the World Maritime Merchant Forum 2024. Please take a moment to enjoy this video.
Throughout history, the journey of human civilization has moved in cycles. Like the phases of the moon, the rise and fall of the tide, or the changing seasons. Nature's cycles call us to embrace recession, recovery, and prosperity. And when facing economic cycle shift, we must rise to the challenge, step forward, and overcome. Each phase of the economic cycle brings turbulence, conflict, and tension. But through hardship comes transformation and innovation. When sailing ships gave way to steam-powered vessels, the modern shipping industry was born, enabling the global distribution of resources on an unprecedented scale. From container shipping to the dawn of jet travel, globalization arrived, accelerating the pulse of human progress. From the advent of computers to artificial intelligence, we are witnessing the rapid advance of new quality productive forces, driving industries to evolve and reshaping entire sectors. We are living in a volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous VUCA era, where disruption is ubiquitous and cycles shift with increasing frequency. As the lifeblood of the globalized economy, the shipping trade industries have been at the forefront of these challenges. Energy conservation, carbon reduction, regulatory scrutiny, and digital transformation. Every one of these factors deeply influences the future of industrial and supply chains worldwide. A just cause finds great support, and a journey with many companions gets far. In this unprecedented environment, what we need is a harmony through shared purpose, an industry united by a common vision, and an open, inclusive drive to innovate. Together, we can create a brighter future. Aspirations can reach any place, however far it is, even over mountains and seas. World Maritime Merchants Forum 2024. Navigating the Cycles.
In addition to our official guests, we also have the following VIPs in attendance.
Professor Yan Xinping, academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering.
Mr. Liu Jun, chairman of Kickoff Group.
Mr. Ren Lixing, Deputy General Manager of China National Petroleum Corporation.
Mr. Liu Lianggong, Deputy General Manager of China Petrochemical Corporation.
Mr. Yu Jing, Deputy General Manager of China National Offshore Oil Corporation Limited.
Mr. Hitoshi Nagasawa, Chairman of NYK Group.
Mr. Eric Yip, Group Managing Director of Hutchinson Port Holdings Limited.
Mr. Bandar, Executive Vice President of MSC Group.
Mr. Remy Erickson, Group President and CEO of DNV.
Ms. Tim Hexley, Chairman and CEO of Mandarin Shipping.
Mr. Andreas Norses, Director General of Danish Maritime Authority.
Mr. John McDonald, President and COO of ABS.
Mr. Nick Shaw, CEO of IG P&I Club.
Mr. Panila Delegon, Chief Government, Business and Analytical Officer of Maersk Kina Mule Center.
Mr. Nicholas Bornosis, President of Capital Link.
Mr. Timothy Kosulich, CEO of Fratelli Kosulich Group.
This forum is hosted by China Merchants Group in conjunction with the Transport and Logistics Bureau of the Hong Kong SCR Government, BIMCO, ICS, and Hong Kong Ship Owners Association. It's also co-hosted by Hong Kong Chinese Enterprises Association and Hong Kong Shipping Circles Association, and organized by China Merchants Energy Shipping Company Limited.
Today, we are privileged to have Mr. Liang Kunying, Vice Chairman of the National Committee of CPPCC, as our guest of honor. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Liang to deliver his welcoming address. Mr. Liang, welcome.
Acting Chief Executive Mr. K.K. Chan, Director Zheng Yanxiong, Vice Minister Fu Yuxin, Commissioner Cui Yanchun, Chairman Miao Jianmin, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my great pleasure to again attend the World Maritime Merchants Forum. The forum is now the most significant event on the shipping calendar in Hong Kong and beyond. As a Vice Chairman of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference and a founder member of the Hong Kong Chamber of Shipping, I congratulate the World Maritime Merchants Forum Limited and its supporters on the successful organization of the 2024 edition of the forum. Further, I extend my sincere welcome to all our visitors. China is a major maritime shipping and trading nation. 4 months ago, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China passed a resolution on the further and comprehensively deepening reform to advance Chinese modernization. The resolution states, in respect of shipping, quote, "We will raise the underwriting capacity of shipping insurers, help them provide better global services, and introduce new systems and rules on the arbitration of marine affairs," unquote. And I quote again, "The institutions and mechanisms for promoting the development of the marine economy will be enhanced," unquote. Hong Kong is a significant maritime and trade center of China. The basic law that stipulates the constitutional arrangements of Hong Kong as a special administrative region has no less than 4 articles on shipping. The Chinese National 13th and 14th Five-Year Plans, on the other hand, also explicitly state that the country supports the elevation of Hong Kong's status as an international maritime center. Elevation essentially means moving up the value chain while consolidating our port operations. It entails the alignment with and servicing national needs, capitalizing on Hong Kong's unique advantages and effective integration of these advantages with the strengths of the mainland, building together a complete maritime ecosystem on the national level. Hong Kong's advantages include its international connectivity, a highly open economy, rule of law, independent judiciary, freely convertible and stable currency, level playing field for all, easy access to the mainland China, low tax rates and simple tax regime, and the trilingual business environment. With these advantages, Hong Kong is the super connector for the maritime industry in China and that in other parts of the world, as it is effectively for other industries such as financial and trade services. The prospect for Hong Kong as the most comprehensive and effective international maritime center in China and of China are boundless. Our efforts towards these goals did not start yesterday. 10 years ago, as the then Chief Executive of Hong Kong, I opened the first International Union of Maritime Insurance Forum, which was the first in our city. Similar efforts have gained recognition, traction, and momentum in the country and internationally. The announcement of the establishment of the Hong Kong Chamber of Shipping last month signified the emergence of the common will and the recognition of the common purpose of the subsectors of the maritime industry in Hong Kong and the mainland of China. On that occasion, the Chamber announced also the cooperation agreements, respectively, between the University of Hong Kong and 5 renowned mainland Chinese universities. The universities will launch a postgraduate maritime law course in Hong Kong with an international perspective. This move highlights the unique advantages of Hong Kong's common law system and as a major legal services center in China. It will be followed by other education initiatives in the field of maritime. Ladies and gentlemen, for 3 intensive years, I have had the privilege of working with esteemed colleagues from the shipping community in Hong Kong and across the country. Among them is the China Merchants Group, which is the prime mover behind this forum. I extend my gratitude to them all for their trust and support, and firmly believe in the bright prospects of the maritime sector of Hong Kong in this new era. Lastly, I wish the 2024 forum every success and look forward to working together with the shipping industry. Thank you.
Thank you for your insightful speech, Mr. Liang. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Zheng Yanxiong, Director of the Liaison Office of the Central People's Government in the Hong Kong SAR, to deliver his keynote speech. Please.
Distinguished Mr. Liang Chenying, Deputy Chief Executive Mr. Chen Guokai, Mr. Fu Xuying, and Mr. Miao Jianming. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my great pleasure to participate in the 4th World Maritime Merchant Forum. On behalf of my department, I would like to offer you my sincere welcome. In July this year, we have held the 60th sessions of the CCP's, the 3rd plenary sessions. This is the new embarking of our modernization process. And of course, at these occasions, we could see the outlining of a comprehensive lineup of important strategies. Especially, the sessions emphasize on utilizing the advantage of Hong Kong in the one country and two systems to consolidate the cornerstone status of Hong Kong in world's shipping industry. So this is the new era. In this context, we are now holding the 4th sessions of the World's Maritime Merchant Forums. This is very timely and very significant. And especially, it can be seen in the theme today. We are embarking in the new era through different cycles. It also reflects our intentions and our strategy of being adaptive to the new situations and the new challenges of the global shipping industries. I would like to share 3 of my interpretations. First, we need to catch up to the historical trend of the world. We emphasize on corporations and win-win strategy. As President Xi Jinping notes, that we need to understand the world's trends of development, and we need to be able to catch up on it. This is an ever increasingly important topic, and world's shipping industry is the barometer of the world trade and economy. In recent years, we could see the increasing geopolitical tensions and trade barriers. Globalizations have encountered new setbacks, and we, the shipping industry, stands at the forefront of the world's trade and economic web. So we have the most thorough understandings. We have witnessed the global shipping industries emerged from the very beginnings. We grew the industries through win-win corporations. This is very important. It is also the ballast of the world's trade and economy. So no matter if we talked about inheriting the spirit of our industry or being able to cope with the challenges in the world, we require win-win corporations of the shipping industries. We need to stand against decoupling and high-fence small yacht tactics. In these centuries, we have seen the ups and downs of the industries. However, those setbacks, those waves, do not overthrow our ships. And we believe the shipping industry today will be able to break all those shallows. And second interpretations of mine is that we need to catch up to the technological advancement. We need to be able to transform our industries through technological development. As President Xi Jinping notes in his speech that after entering into the 21st century, the world's technology has been shifting the world. And the technological reforms and the industrial advancement is also reconstructing the world's maps. Let's look back in the industries. We start from nothing to having satellites for our navigations. We start from small ships to big container ships. So the latest industries will also shift our industries for all. This is a paradigm shift. We can see the green development, intelligence development, and more and beyond. So as the participant of the shipping industries, as the participant of innovations, China has been investing resources in developing the new force productivities. And in the foreseeable futures, we'll have a series of technological achievements in relation to shipping industries. And those innovations will be put into practice. In line with China's development, in line with our pursuit of new force productivities, and in line with our aim at transformations of our industries, technological exchanges, applications of our technologies, we will be able to stand at the forefront of innovations of the shipping industries, working together to create the new era. The third interpretation of mine is to utilized the advantage of one country, two systems. President Xi Jinping has noted for several times that the central government has staunch support for Hong Kong in consolidating Hong Kong's unique roles and advantages in global shipping industry. Hong Kong has a very good shipping port with comprehensive high-quality services and other consolidated advantages. At this moment, Hong Kong is emerging from chaos to prosperity, and now we are working on economic development. For the first 3 quarters of this year, Hong Kong's GDP growth was recorded of 2.6%, ranking among the top tiers in developed economies. Hong Kong has gained back the #1 of the free economic economies, and in terms of financial centers, international financial centers, Hong Kong ranked the 3rd again. And in global competitiveness index, Hong Kong climbed up to the 5th, while at the same time, the rule of law is strengthened. Any act in violations of national security will be punished. So this helped Hong Kong to be more stable and secure. This also reflects the competitiveness of Hong Kong. So we have great confidence for Hong Kong's shipping industries. Shipping companies is also the backbone in Hong Kong's economy. So let's take actions and be practical. Let's catch the wind of reformed and innovations and sailed in the high-end shipping industry's future. Let's devote ourselves to green shipping industries and to emerge ourselves from the sea of developments and transformations. Ladies and gentlemen, the central government has attached huge importance to Hong Kong's constructions and of international shipping centers. And in the latest policy address, Chief Executive Mr. John Lee also outlined a series of new strategies and tactics in consolidating Hong Kong's role as a shipping center in the world. And today, we have all the leaders and participants of the industries together to take actions and to have discussions. And I believe with all your support together and with central government's staunch support of Hong Kong in executing one country, two system strategies, we will be able to support Hong Kong in delivering good operations and services for all participants. And lastly, I would like to wish the 4th World Maritime Merchant Forum a full success.
Now we are grateful to have Mr. Fu Xuying, Vice Minister, the Ministry of Transport of China, join us to deliver his keynote speech. Welcome.
Respected Vice Chairman Mr. Leung Chun-ying, Acting Chief Executive Mr. Chen Kuo-ki, Director Mr. Zheng Yanxiong, Commissioner Mr. Cui Jianchun, and Chairman Miao Jianming, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my friends, good afternoon. I'm very delighted to be in Hong Kong again after 1 year to attend the 8th Hong Kong Maritime Week and the 2024 World Maritime Merchant Forum. With the theme of navigating through the cycles, this conference focuses on the current situations and discusses on the cooperations. This is of great significance to consolidating and enhancing Hong Kong's status as an international shipping center. On behalf of Ministry of Transport of the People's Republic of China, entrusted by Minister Liu Wei, I would like to extend my warmest congratulations on the conference and also like to express my heartfelt thanks to the friends who have been supporting the development of China's transportation industries. At this moment, the world is undergoing changes unseen in a century. The slow recovery of the global economy has led to an overall insufficient demand for shipping. Geopolitical conflicts have intensified and disrupted the order of maritime logistics supply chain. The digital and intelligent and the green transformation is also advancing. It requires cost reductions and quality improvement and efficiency enhancement. This has proven new opportunities. The third plenary sessions of the 20th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China has made strategic arrangements for further comprehensively deepening reforms and advancing the Chinese style of modernization. It also proposes major reforms measures such as deepening the reforms of comprehensive transportation system, improving an underwriting capacity and global footprint of shipping insurance, innovation of maritime arbitration systems and rules, consolidating and enhancing Hong Kong's status as international financial, shipping, and trade centers. These has raised the bar of Hong Kong. It also provides new driving momentums. Over the last years, China's shipping industries has responded to various risks and challenges in the industry. We have adhered to cooperation and innovation. We have also accelerated the pace of high-quality development and continuously improved the ports and shipping industry network. We've scaled up maritime fleet. We've also saw rapid growth in waterway cargo volume, port cargo throughput, and container throughput, and accelerated the development of new energy and clean energy vessels. We have also made breakthroughs in bunkering vessels with green fuels and ranked the first in the world in the scale of automated terminals and port facilities. Looking in the future, Chinese shipping industries will accurately identify changes and actively respond to these changes. Will also deepen reforms with entrepreneurial spirit, cultivate new productive forces, and promote high-quality development. Will serve the world's economy and shoulder new responsibility. First, we adhere to stimulating vitality through reform. To build China into a global power in transportation and advance Chinese-style modernization, we will engage in comprehensive reforms in transportation systems and in various fields in relation to shipping industries. Will strengthen the coordinated development of all elements and enhance modern industry governance. Will tackle key problems in key areas of shipping and enhance corporations of integrated transportation hubs around the port, promote development of maritime supervision and supporting services, will improve the safety and emergency systems, and promote high-quality development of waterway infrastructure, transportation equipment, and shipping services. And second, we will adhere to increasing momentum through openness. We uphold the concept of transportation for all and open corporations. We'll promote maritime interconnectivity and open up new shipping routes. We'll improve the level of shipping capacity, sign more maritime agreements, and work together in maritime search and rescue with more countries and regions. We'll also actively engage in global maritime cooperation and governance. And we promote connectivity of infrastructure and alignment of systems and rules. We'll implement the vision for development of Global Sustainable Transportation Summit Forums and deepen exchanges and cooperations in key areas such as maritime policies and regulations, market supervisions, safety and environmental protections, and etc. We'll jointly build a digital, green, and convenient maritime Silk Road through complementary advantages and mutual learning.
强内力，推动航运与其他运输方式融合发展， 完善铁水联运等多种联运体系，推动上下游产业链融合，引导货。
We will promote the integration of upstream and downstream industrial chains so shippers, shipping, ports, logistics, and other enterprises can work together to strengthen cooperation and jointly build a three-dimensional and diversified logistics service network and a more resilient logistics supply chain, which enable them to withstand cyclical risks. We will promote the development of regional ports and jointly build world-class port clusters. We will promote the deep integration of the shipping industry and shipping services with a focus on insurance, arbitration transactions, consulting, etc., strengthening policy and mechanism innovation, and accelerate the high-quality development of the modern shipping service industry. Fourth, we must adhere to empowering capability through innovation. We will expand the application of new generation info technology in ports, waterways, ships, and other fields, actively promote the construction and renovation of automated terminals for containers and dry bulk cargo. We will connect the main waterway routes and water systems in the National Electronic Navigation Map, build smart ports, smart waterways, autonomous ships, and accelerate the digital and intelligent transformation of shipping. We will promote data sharing and interaction among entities, government departments, and regions to expand the application of electronic cargo release and electronic bills of lading in ports and shipping, and further digitalize shipping and trade. We will accelerate the R&D and application of new energy and clean energy, improve the layout of marine clean fuel refueling industry chain, promote the implementation of new energy and clean energy power renewal and replacement for port machinery and equipment, and build an international green shipping corridor. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Hong Kong enjoys strong foundation of shipping, is an international shipping center, and is an important connector for economic and trade exchange between the mainland China and the world. The Ministry of Transport will enhance cooperation in shipping between the mainland and Hong Kong, support Hong Kong in consolidating its status as an international shipping center, and deeply integrate into the overall national development, so it will better leverage its advantage of enjoying the support of motherland and being connected to the world, and work with the global shipping merchants for integrated, innovative, and sustainable development, and jointly contribute to global economic and trade prosperity. I wish the forum a complete success. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Fu. Shipping industry is undergoing an unprecedented technological revolution with new changes, integrations, business models, and patterns continually reshaping our understanding. To navigate these complex transformations, we must embrace openness, innovation, and integrated growth in order to withstand fluctuations and maintain our momentum. Now, please join me in welcoming Mr. Miao Jianming, Chairman of China Merchants Group, to deliver the keynote speech. Please.
Distinguished dignitaries, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good afternoon. It is my great pleasure to meet you all again in Hong Kong for the grand annual event of Global Shipping Community. With participation across stakeholders, the World Maritime Merchants Forum has become an important platform for extensive exchanges, an essential bond for practical cooperation, and a shining business card for building Hong Kong as an international shipping center. On behalf of China Merchants Group, I would like to extend my warmest welcome and heartfelt thanks to guests and friends from across the world. Thank you. For thousands of years, the global shipping industry relies and thrives on the ocean. Time and again, we have sailed through fog, weathered storms, navigated cycles, and successfully reached the shore of victory. Today, the very ocean on which our survival and growth depend is undergoing profound changes. To lead and drive a new voyage is a shared responsibility bestowed to the global shipping community by our times. This ocean, with high winds and choppy waters, is filled with challenges. Changes unseen in a century are accelerating across the world, with rising global protectionism and unilateralism, escalating geopolitical conflicts, and increasing fragility in industry and supply chain. Sudden crisis has become the norm, continuously disrupting the normal maritime order. Global economic growth is under pressure, with declining transportation demand of maritime trade and constant fluctuation of freight rates. The global shipping market is experiencing intensified turbulence, as if threading on thin ice. A misstep could lead to the danger of capsizing. This ocean with surging waves is full of opportunities. Shipping is undergoing profound and swift reforms on intelligent and green transformation. The rapid development of AI presents substantial opportunities for the industry. Carbon reduction in shipping is in full swing, with challenges such as complex global emission reduction standards and the lack of clarity on the most suitable alternative fuels or emission reduction technologies. However, this also brings opportunities for full-on upgrading and innovation. Proactive reform is our only path to seize the opportunities of our times. This ocean with boundless scope is brimming with hope. Participants in the shipping industry are exploring upstream and downstream potentials with resolution. Industry like shipping, port, and logistics are converging with rapid development of multimodal transport and end-to-end logistics. Industry integration and crossover operations have become trends, with competition shifting from capacity to ecosystem, from pricing to resource, and from single service to industry and supply chain integration. The global shipping landscape is restructuring. The future is a new and a hopeful course. Only through change and innovation can we sail smoothly from one destination to the next. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we respect the ocean for its infinite and earth-shattering power. We admire shipping for it bears the dream of connecting the world. No matter how the ocean changes, our shipping dream of conquering the ocean and leading the times remains unchanged. We shipping professionals, since ancient times, have always been the most adventurous fighters, the most innovative leaders, and the most cooperative partners. As we face the same global ocean and share the same shipping dream, I would like to propose a solemn initiative to all stakeholders of global shipping to join hands, cooperate in good faith, foster new opportunities amidst the crisis, and increase new frontiers on a shifting landscape. Let's drive evolution, upgrade, and the rebirth of a global shipping industry, and set sail towards deep waters and voyage towards the shipping dream. Let us rise above geographic divides and better connect the dreams of cooperation and mutual assistance in shipping development. Globalization is a distinctive feature of shipping industry, where our future represents a shared destiny. Facing global crisis and industry-wide challenges, sticking to the old path and struggling alone can only lead you to a dead end. Only through collaborative efforts can we find chances of success. By taking the lead in organizing the World Maritime Merchants Forum, China Merchants Group aims to inspire more global solutions for shipping. We look forward to collaborating with peers around the world to address major concerns and pressing issues in the industry. While keeping in mind our shared interests, we strive to achieve more Hong Kong consensus and offer more ingenious prescriptions through exchanges. We aim to resolve conflicts and manage risks. With new ideas and solutions, we aspire to bring new momentum and new hope to the global shipping industry. Let us bridge the gaps of time and better connect the dreams of smarter and green shipping. Smart and green shipping is emerging with strong momentum. Proactively changing is our only chance to keep pace with time. China Merchants Group is wholeheartedly embracing the era of smart and green transformation, accelerating the application of AI large language models. We have made achievements such as Shipping GPT and a smart carbon platform. We have also made significant progress in green fuel alternatives, energy efficiency, and emission reductions. We look forward to collaborating with all stakeholders to jointly improve international rules on shipping data governance, remove barriers in efficient data flow, and further integrate smart and green technologies into shipping trade across the entire value chain and all scenarios. These measures will infuse smart wins into the upgrading and reshaping of the shipping industry. Meanwhile, we hope to establish a more equitable, scientific, and reasonable international carbon management and a quota mechanism. Together, we will fulfill emission reduction obligations, actively explore green energy solutions, and address challenges such as the high cost of green fuel production, complexity in testing and certification, and insufficiency upstream and downstream supporting services, so as to expedite green and sustainable development across the entire shipping industry chain. Let us cross over industry boundaries and better connect the dreams of integrated innovation among shipping enterprises. Industry innovation is a complex ecosystem, evolution incorporating conversion and integration of multiple factors, leading to a combined effect where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Hong Kong, as an renowned international shipping hub and a financial and trade center, is rapidly evolving into an international innovation and technology hub. With the capacity to attract and displace international capital, technology, talent, data, and other essential elements, it has become an ideal place for integration and innovation, a super value-added hub for the global shipping industry. China Merchants Group will further enhance its presence in Hong Kong by expanding operations in ports, shipping, logistics, and financial sectors within the region. We look forward to collaborating with shipping-related enterprises to position Hong Kong as a key area for global investment and promoting more international shipping organizations and industry associations to settle in Hong Kong, and further pushing the growth of high-end maritime service industry. Leveraging Hong Kong's strategic location and a vibrant ecosystem, we look forward to more optimized allocation of shipping resources to consolidate integration and innovation and pick up paces to move towards higher level of the value add. Through accelerated growth as an individual corporate, we strive to boost the overall resilience of global shipping industry chain and enhance the quality of growth. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, shipping is a career of braving storms, a battlefield where we weather winds and rains together. The global shipping industry is sailing as one vast ship. As long as we join hands in pursuing our goals, embracing integration and innovation, we will surely, fearlessly, and valiantly navigate the cycles and flatten rigid paths, leading the global shipping industry towards safer waters and a brighter future. In the end, I wish a full success to the 4th World Maritime Merchants Forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miao. As you mentioned, the industry is facing turbulent waves. Only by integrating new approaches and adapting to trends can we navigate these circles and move steadily forward during times of transformation.
女士们、先生们，由于陈国基署理行政
Ladies and gentlemen, I think Chief Executive needs to take his leave for other official affairs. Let's thank Mr. Chan Kwok-ki with another round of applause.
Other affairs, let us thank Mr. Chen with another round of applause.
In the following session, we have industry leaders to share their views on some hot topics in relation to global shipping and its industry chain. Marine insurance services as a backstone to stabilize our capabilities against perils at sea, and the principle of mutuality as firmly standing at the root of marine insurance. With the increase of diversifying demands, it's grateful to look forward to advanced support from the insurance side in the future. Next, let's welcome Captain Xu Lirong, Chairman of the China Ship Owners Mutual Assurance Association, to deliver a keynote speech. Welcome.
Respected leaders, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. For global shipping industries, we are embracing almost the end of 2024. 2024 is a year of turbulence, yet new breakthroughs. Only through mutual benefits and exchanges can the industry achieve sustainable and healthy development. This forum is themed with Navigating the Cycles, which highlights our industry's common wish to build a new pattern of win-win corporations and actively create a new sustainable trend in the shipping industry. Shipping, maritime insurance is the ballast of the industry. It also connects upstream and downstreams as a superconnector. We play an important role in merging different elements of the industry. We are going green and intelligent and sustainable, which all requires maritime insurance in mitigating risk and also in providing protections. So how can we really utilize maritime insurance role in protecting the industry? I think we can focus on 3 directions. First, we need to improve efficiency and efficacy. We need to introduce new practices and to provide high-end service to improve the efficiency, improve the underwriting capacity, and our service for the shipping companies. This is a very important direction for all industries. It also requires Chinese maritime insurance institutions to actively expand and enhance our capacities and strengthen our capabilities and fully integrate into international market and get in line with international rules. For global maritime insurance industries, it is also impetus to set a new shipping development goals and closely follows industrial trends so that we can provide better and more options for global shippers and actively serve the shipping industry's transformation and upgrade. And second, we must deepen mutual cooperations to build a global shipping community. The maritime insurance industry has always been an exemplar of mutual cooperations and win-win spirit. Since the late 17th century, ship owners have embraced the concept of mutual assistance by jointly compensating individual ship owners' losses, gradually evolving into today's P&I insurance and P&I clubs. Today, global P&I clubs, through international corporations and mutual sharings, covers 90% of global ocean-going merchant vessel tonnages. We shared massive risks among associations and global ship owners, thus reducing the impact of major significant risk events on the shipping industry at large. Open competitions is the essence of international P&I market. Despite intense competitions, cooperations among P&I clubs and even broader collaborations continues to help the global shipping industry to better address risk and challenges. At the same time, the global shipping industries with an open mind is building a shared maritime community with a shared future, continuously injecting certainty into global industrial development. And third, we need to maintain innovation-driven development to create a golden brand name for maritime insurance services. At its core, maritime insurance is a service. Maritime insurance institutions must consider better customer services as a priority. And to achieve that, we need to think in different ways. Understand ship owners' pain point, enhance diversified service capabilities, and help ship owners to prevent risk, handle incidents, and settle claims with professional and customized products at different stages of the incident. We also need to embrace development trends, digital technologies. We need to utilize next-gen information technology such as blockchain, AI, big data, cloud computing to create convenience and efficient insurance service models connecting the entire industries. We also need to build global networks, enhance international service standards, and fully deployed in the international market under sound rules, attract international talent, and optimize our networks to provide high-quality services. Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing unpredictable challenges and opportunities at the same time. Maritime insurance as a crucial support for risk prevention, volatility management tools across the shipping industries, including we serve the whole industrial chains, including ship owners, shipyard, cargo owners, and ports, and we played increasing significant and irreplaceable roles. As China's only international ship owners mutual protection organization, China's P&I Club has went through storms and challenges in the 40-year journey. After 40 years of development, our total entered tonnage has exceeded 93 million tons, with a particularly remarkable in the past 8 years since 2016, showing a 1.45 times increase compared to the previous 32 years combined. Looking ahead, we are ready to share knowledge and best practices. We are ready to actively align with international industries and continuously improve our professional services. We will also continue to deepen exchanges and cooperations with entities in Hong Kong, supporting Hong Kong in consolidating and enhancing its position as an international shipping center and helping Hong Kong's shipping industries to move toward high end of the value chain. And finally, I wish the forum a complete success. Thank you.
Digitalization is a key factor reshaping the shipping industry and influencing every aspect of the shipping chain. So what are the driving forces behind digitalization and smart transformation in our industry? Let's welcome Academician Yan Xinping from the Chinese Academy of Engineering to deliver a keynote speech. Welcome.
Distinguished Vice Chairman C.Y. Leung, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I come from Wuhan Polytechnic University. It's my great honor to be invited for this forum. Today, we are gathered in Hong Kong, an international shipping hub, to discuss digital empowerment and high-quality development of maritime industry chain. This topic is very relevant. Given the unprecedented challenges in the world, the shipping industry as an important pillar for global economy is going through profound changes. Given the geopolitics, and the reshaping of global trade, the transformation driven by digitalization is having a profound impact on the industry. Now, new material, new energy, new manufacturing, IT, and other industries are emerging. We need to strengthen the new momentum and new productive forces as an important driver for the future development of a shipping industry. The future of shipping industry will be centering on big data, artificial intelligence, blockchain, among other new technologies. The industry will be greener, smarter. Number one, IMO proposed technical standards which will change the operational model of vessels. Mass code will define the functional classification of autonomous service ships, but also clarifies operational guidelines for intelligence vessels. Future ships will be carriers with a ship-shore-cloud collaborative architecture. They will consist of 5 components: hull and equipment, holographic intelligent sensing, multi-mode communication and navigation, intelligent navigation, decision-making, and shore-based control. This is not a ship in the traditional sense, but rather a complex ship system. According to the mass code development timeline, non-mandatory implementation is expected in 2025, with the potential shift to mandatory enforcement in 2032. The transformative impact of mass code represents both new opportunities and challenges for ship design, manufacturing, maintenance, operation, and overall management. We need collaborative efforts from all stakeholders, including the shipping and shipbuilding sectors, to jointly promote the sustainable development of the global maritime industry. Second, the next generation shipping system will reshape the operation of the maritime industry. With technologies such as Internet of Things, big data, cloud computing, blockchain, close collaboration among various links, including ships, ports, and logistics, can be achieved. This will facilitate the integration and self-consistent sharing of ship, port, cargo, and human, machine, and environment, thereby reshaping the operation of shipping system. The next generation system will see a new operational paradigm for vessels, primarily based on shore-based control, supplemented by onboard monitoring. This will enhance in the intelligent shipping, reduce human interference, improve efficiency, and ensure safety. We believe the architecture and key technologies of the next generation system is an innovative move to accelerate the new productive forces in the shipping industry. It will inject new vitality to the global shipping industry, making it more intelligent, efficient, and safer. Thirdly, information technologies with new materials and new energy sources will give rise to new formats and business models in maritime industry. Artificial intelligence, big data, and IoT with new materials and new energies are fostering new forms of maritime businesses. The deep integration of the technologies within the global supply chain is reshaping the global landscape, reorganizing resource allocation, and restructuring the global economic network. Innovation has become the driver behind high-end, high-efficiency, and high-quality development of the shipping industry. The popularization of artificial intelligence, such as large language models in shipping industry, will witness the emergence of more innovative service models and business formats, injecting new momentum to the prosperous development of global trade. Ladies and gentlemen, with the introduction of mass code technical regulations by the IMO, and the development of next-generation shipping systems, and the integration of next-generation info technologies with new materials and new energies, the industry is entering a new stage of digital and smart development, presenting even broader prospects. In the future, the three-dimensional transportation system covering both sea and land would be a profound challenge to human beings. Let us work together to build a new generation of shipping systems that integrates green intelligence and resilient development. Finally, I wish the forum a complete success. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yan. The revolution in technology and changes in global trade and transportation are impacting the shipping industry, highlighting the need for more open policies and a mindset of sharing. This approach will help us to optimize the shipping industry chain and establish a new global shipping ecosystem. Next, let's welcome Mr. Emmanuel Grimandi, Chairman of ICS, to deliver his keynote speech. Please.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to speak with you today here in Hong Kong. This is an amazing hub of innovation and global trade. We had the privilege of hosting our trade summit earlier this morning, ahead of the official opening of the Hong Kong Maritime Week 2024, where we had a chance to kickstart discussion on the issues facing our industry and the threats that we face, particularly in the context of increasing trade protectionism. This does not help anyone, and I am looking forward to continue this conversation with many of you during this year's World Maritime Merchant Forum. Before I address some of the broader issues in shipping, particularly those around the green transition of our industry, I would like to take a moment to recognize the crew of the Galaxy Leader. Tomorrow marks a year since the innocent seafarers were taken hostage and held against their will just for doing their jobs. This unjust violation of international law has forever changed their lives of the crew who have no connection on any ongoing geopolitical situation. These brave seafarers have been kept from their families and loved ones for far too long. The magnitude of this is incomprehensible. A representative of the maritime community, we must continue our calls for the immediate release. It is important that our industry gathers. We recognize the vital role that our people play now and also the vital role they will always play in addressing the critical issues facing the maritime industry, a sector at the heart of the global trade, connecting economics and communities around the world. Sustainability is a fundamental issue we must tackle head-on. As many of you know, the International Maritime Organization is working to develop far-reaching regulation that will drive our industry to a net zero carbon industry by 2050 or near this date. We at the International Chamber of Shipping are working closely with member states and industry to help to shape these processes. These discussions reaffirmed our shared responsibility to address our environmental impact and to make concrete progress in our transition towards greener operation. While the process is complex and the consensus is necessary across nations, we have established a solid foundation for the work ahead. Among the promising developments in the ongoing discussion around the universal greenhouse gas contribution system, which would incentivize ships to adopt zero or near zero greenhouse gas fuels. This system aims to close the cost gap between conventional marine fuels and cleaner alternatives, ensuring that sustainable choices become financially viable for ship owners and their operation. Governments are also working to create a global fuel standard. However, a standard alone will not be enough. Regulations without financial incentive to use cleaner fuels could inadvertently end up as a tax on global trade rather than reducing emissions. If we are to facilitate a successful transition, we need economic mechanisms that encourage investment in low carbon and zero carbon fuel technologies. Only by creating this simple to operate market incentive can we drive the development and adoption of alternative fuels on scale. That means our climate ambition. I acknowledge some member states, including those of China, have concerns, but I am sure that by working closely together, we will find consensus and create a workable, practical solution for our industry and for the world. These discussions are not simply about regulation or policies. They are about reshaping the future of our industry and ensuring that we build a sustainable foundation for decades to come. Moving forward, the shipping industry must take the initiative to lead, innovative, and act swiftly. This moment is an opportunity for us to show our commitment to make meaningful, lasting changes. Progress in alternative fuel development has been slow. However, we are not alone in this race. Other sectors too are vying for access to sustainable fuel, which only amplifies the urgency of our challenges. In the immediate term, we must focus on energy efficiency, a straightforward but essential way to reduce emission and cut fuel costs. Greater efficiency is beneficial for business and for the environment, alike making a win-win solution. This year at the Grimaldi Group, we have taken delivery of our G5 class Ro-Ro multipurpose vessel that have been built with numerous cutting-edge technology solutions, including lubrificant system aimed at increasing energy efficiency and reducing the environmental impact. Moving forward, it is essential to keep collaboration and knowledge sharing at the forefront. By pooling our knowledge resources and expertise, we can create a resilient industry that not only survives but thrives. Together, we must continue to prioritize the welfare of our seafarers, advocate for open and fair markets, and commit to sustainable practices. This commitment will enable us to safeguard the future of global shipping and secure a prosperous future for the maritime trade. As leaders in the maritime sector, we share the responsibility of meeting these challenges directly. The shipping industry evolution is outpacing the legal and policy framework intended to support our long-term goals, highlighting the need for governmental support to foster innovations. One example of successful collaboration is the Clean Energy Marine Hubs initiative, which I'm proud to say that ICS has championed with our partners at the International Association of Ports and Harbors. Working together, we identified a gap in the energy transition where government were focusing narrowly each sector. Indeed, the conversion in shipping is often only about what fuel will power our ships. Will it be methanol? Will it be ammonia? Will it be nuclear? But energy ministers were not looking at how this new zero-emission fuel will be transported. We therefore proposed to a body called the Clean Energy Ministerial, which brings together energy ministers from over 50 countries to work together to create how we will transport these new fuels. If the world is to meet its collective decarbonization goals, we are going to have to move tremendous amount of hydrogen derivatives fuels, possibly up to 500 million tons per year. If we are to do this at pace, we are going to need to work together. The Clean Energy Ministerial Hubs initiative represents a significant step towards establishing the necessary infrastructure at port and transparency in the market to facilitate the global transition to cleaner fuels. As the world shifts towards sustainable energy, our sector will be instrumental in transporting the alternative fuels of the future, potentially meeting up to 50% of the world demand. This presents an enormous opportunity for shipping, provided we can work together to create the infrastructure required. China has shown a keen interest in this initiative, particularly with ports like Shanghai, actively expanding their bunkering capabilities for alternative fuels. We look forward to collaborating with Chinese partners as the Clean Energy Marine Hubs initiative continues to gain traction, uniting governments and private sectors, leaders across the energy maritime supply chain. But our commitment to innovation doesn't stop with decarbonization. Digitalization is transforming port operation, with China leading the way in digital advancements. The Port of Shanghai is a model for smart port development, has implemented automated system and intelligent machine that reduce turnaround times, lower fuel consumption, and minimize emissions. By embracing these technologies, China is setting a new standard for port efficiency that others around the world can learn from and emulate. We must ensure that alongside technological innovation, we see regulatory innovation as well. As we have been discussing this morning, protectionist policies, though sometimes well-intentioned, often have unintended consequences that reverberate through the global economy. The ICS recent barometer report, which annually surveys global maritime leaders, reflects an alarming rise in concern about protectionism, fueling by security concerns, national energy policy, and local economic crisis. Our industry is grappling with this rising protectionism, which poses a significant threat to the free flow of trade. In an era when our sector moves over United States dollars 14 trillion in goods each year. New trade barriers disrupt supply chain, elevate costs, and stifle economic growth. This trend is unfolding in various regions, with Europe emission trading system and the carbon border adjustment mechanism adding new pressure on trade, and proposal for traffic on electric vehicles from China raising similar concerns. This barrier to trade create additional challenges for our industry and heighten costs across the board. Instead of moving toward a trade war, the world economy needs unity and cooperation more than ever. So, how do we navigate these choppy waters? The answer lies in collaboration and knowledge sharing. By working closely with governments, port authorities, and stakeholders across the supply chain, we can overcome these obstacles together. At the ICS, we are committed to fostering these critical conversations. As I conclude, I would like to recognize the many challenges facing our industry, from decarbonization to digitalization to seafarer welfare. At the heart of this effort lies our commitment to securing a safe, sustainable, and prosperous future for the maritime trade. Thank you for your attention today. I look forward to the discussion ahead and hope this year's forum proves fruitful for all of us, and that Hong Kong Maritime Week is a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimaldi. Cooperation and innovation across the upstream and downstream supply chains are vital for driving industry progress. It is clear that by gathering internal and external resources, deepening cooperation, and working together, we can effectively respond to crises and challenges. And next, let's welcome Mr. Lu Jun, Chairman of COFCO Group, to deliver a keynote speech. Welcome.
Respected Mr. Leung Chun-ying, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my great pleasure to join you in Hong Kong for the 2024 World Maritime Merchant Forum. On behalf of COFCO Group, I would like to express my respect to Transport and Logistic Bureaus of Hong Kong SAR Government, China Merchant Groups, and International Chamber of Shipping for your tireless effort in deepening cooperations and promoting progress across the shipping industry. And my sincere congratulations to this forum, and my heartfelt thanks to all the friends and community members in this room for your continued support of COFCO Group. As we all know, maritime transportation carries 90% of global trade. It serves as a crucial artery for global economy and a main channel for global food supply chains. China is a major food consumer and importers. We rely primarily on the maritime transportation for grains import from major producing regions such as South America, North America, and Black Sea regions, and Europe. In 2023, China's global total grain import reached 162 million tons, of which 151 million tons were transported by sea, accounting for over 90% of import and 28% of global grain shipping volumes, making China the world's largest grain importers. So promoting prosperity and development of the shipping industries and maintaining stable transportation channel is of great importance not just for China but the global world. Currently, the world is experiencing unprecedented challenges. Global shipping system faces multiple challenges, while food supply chains are under tremendous pressure. On the one hand, geopolitical conflicts have frequently disrupted maritime route. The Ukraine wars and the Israel-Palestinian conflicts have significantly impacted the shipping in the Black Sea and Red Sea regions, leading to extended shipping distance and turnaround times and notably increased transportation cost. If the situation persists or deteriorate, it will exacerbate the already severe global shipping situations and severely affecting global food circulations. On the other hand, climate changes has far-reaching impact. Under global warming, extreme weather events have becoming more frequent, deepening impact on food supply chains and increasing uncertainties in major producing countries' output. In 2023, extreme drought caused El Nino, which led to historically low water levels in Panama Canal, severely limiting grain vessels, traffic, and tonnage. And looking ahead, these factors will persist and may intensify under certain conditions, bringing greater risk and challenges to global food and shipping industries. No single company or sector can effectively respond to these challenges alone. Deepening cooperations among cargo, ports, and shipping companies, and jointly maintaining supply chain security, stability, and cooperations is more important and urgent than ever before. COFCO Group, as China's largest and a global leading agribusiness company, handles over 170 million tons of agricultural products annually. We have a processing capacity exceeding 100 million tons and port throughput capacity of 74 million tons. We own grain terminals and logistic facilities in major producing countries such as Brazil, Argentina, Ukraine, and Romania. We serve as an important bridge connecting major global grain-producing countries with emerging Asian markets. We want to be the most efficient and the most effective transportation hubs. We want to bring about safe and stable development of shipping industries. We also want to improve Hong Kong and helping Hong Kong in consolidating its financial, transportation, and trade positions. And also, we want to help connect different institutions and companies in shipping industries to deepen cooperations and to help improve the efficiency in allocations of grain resources. For that, we have 4 suggestions. First, accelerate the development of new productive forces in shipping industries. Develop digital shipping, low-carbon shipping, and smart ports. We need to actively promote transformation and upgrade of our industry. Second, optimize vessel capacity structure. We need to actively develop multi-purpose vessels capable of carrying grains, containers, brick bulk, and heavy cargoes. We need to improve vessel operational efficiencies, reduce grain shipping cost, and seize future development opportunities. Third, we need to continue in enhancing global allocation of capacities of resources, promote high-quality development of modern services such as vessel financing, leasing, maritime insurance, and improve transportation organizations and support capabilities. Fourth, cargo and shipping partners should further deepen cooperations. We need to find innovative and flexible and efficient market-based freight pricing mechanism for spot and forward contract. We need to share benefits and risk and continuously expand the scale of international maritime corporations in grain transportation. Let us work together to build new global shipping ecosystems and work together to expand new space for high-quality development. Lastly, I would like to wish this forum a resounding success.
Shipping is not the only industry under pressure to upgrade itself during the current global energy transition. But the petroleum and petrochemical industry also deal with challenges and capture opportunities by improving its capability of innovation and optimizing its layouts of the industry. Next, let's welcome Mr. Ren Lixing, Deputy General Manager of China National Petroleum Corporation, to deliver the keynote speech. Welcome.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends, a very good afternoon. Thank you to the organizer for the invitation. First of all, on behalf of PetroChina, I'd like to congratulate on the conference, and I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my gratitude to all the industry peers and partners for your care and attention. The theme of the conference is Navigating Cycles, and it shows the megatrends of the global shipping industry. It will promote global exchanges and enable all the stakeholders to create new landscape for global shipping industry. As the largest oil producer and supplier, we see energy security as our mission. We have strengthened exploration and deepened global energy cooperation. And we have surpassed 100 million tons in oil production in China and abroad. And so in this way, we have been striving to become the pillar that supports the energy security and energy supply to support the economy. In overseas markets, we have established a complete supply chain from exploration to refinery, building a system of energy security. We have focused on both overseas and domestic markets. In all the major transaction and financial centers, we have our footprint, so we can accelerate our trade, processing, storage, and transportation. Every year, we see over 500 million tons of trade. We have been a big contributor to the development of energy and shipping and global industrial chain. Today, given the profound changes and regional conflicts and other geopolitical risks, the global energy landscape is going through profound changes, bring some impact on the global energy markets and supply chain. At the same time, to address global issues like climate change, the energy industry is accelerating its transformation towards clean, low-carbon, high-efficient landscape. Given the regional conflicts, extreme weathers, and imbalance in energy supply, and fierce competition, the transformation and reconstruction of energy trades in some focal areas. In critical shipping routes, important facilities were blocked, leading to higher risk of suspension. Logistics, settlement, and insurance have been more complex, giving rise to the difficulty in preventing risks in market credits in shipping industry. This has posed great challenges on the resilience and stability of global supply chain. This brings new challenges and new opportunities. There has been closer cooperation between energy and shipping industry. For a more open industrial chain, we need to work together for the integrated development and green transformation. I have 4 suggestions. First of all, we need to enhance mutual credit, mutual trust, so we can strengthen our cooperation in global resource, trade, engineering, and shipping. We need to promote the transformation and upgrading of energy structure so we can work together to safeguard energy infrastructure and global energy security, leading to higher resilience and safety in global supply chain. Secondly, we need to promote green transformation. We will explore new development models for new energy so we can work together more actively in green technologies, equipment, and financial infrastructure, so we can promote the development of integration between oil and new energy so we can contribute to building a new and green world. Thirdly, we must enhance exchange in technology to create new productive forces in energy. We need to share resources, knowledge, and we need to engage in talent training so we can work together to inject new momentum to energy transformation. We need to explore big data, AI, supply chain, blockchain, among other technologies that cover different sectors such as energy, petrochemical, financial, and shipping industries. We can reduce cost of logistics and exchange to deepen the trade of smart energies. Fourthly, we must invest more in promoting Hong Kong's status as an international shipping center. We need to give full play to Hong Kong's connector role, especially with the effort in the Greater Bay Area. We need to explore new vessel fleets and financing vehicles for vessels, new technologies development, and carbon emission trade, etc. So in this way, we can consolidate Hong Kong's status as an international financial and shipping center to create an international hub for green logistics. Ladies and gentlemen, being open is the inevitable path towards high-quality development of energy and shipping industry. PetroChina will take opportunity of this conference to gather consensus to face challenges by working together towards innovative energy transformation. We will walk towards a green and sustainable energy new future. I wish the conference a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ren. Petroleum and petrochemical industry need to play a crucial role at sustainable development of the world. So it is meaningful to be guided of potential interaction between international trade and shipping during green transition at the energy industry. Next, let's welcome Mr. Lü Lianggong, Deputy General Manager of China Petroleum and Chemical Corporation, to deliver the keynote speech. Welcome.
Distinguished Vice Chairman C.Y. Leung, distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As we are gathered here for the 2024 World Maritime Forum, on behalf of Sinopec, I'd like to extend my warm congratulations to the conference and express my sincere gratitude to the SAR government and our partners and friends for their care and support. Currently, green and low-carbon transition is profoundly influencing the entire industry chain and supply chain, from production to trade, processing, and consumption. Sinopec is a provider of energy products, but also a participant in energy trade. And like all of you, we are an explorer of energy transition. On behalf of Chairman Ma Yongsheng, I wanted to represent Sinopec in discussing with you some topics related to the global energy transition and promoting the high-quality development of oil and gas trade and shipping industry, and share some of our thoughts. First, energy transition drives green trade. Historically, the energy resources that meet needs are not unchanging. From firewood to coal and then to oil and gas, they have all found new developments in the process of being replaced. Now we are in a new round of energy transition. Green and low carbon are the distinctive features of this time. Globally, 151 countries have proposed carbon neutrality goals. 40% of companies have listed climate change as a top priority to be addressed. We have also experienced changes in our industries. The accelerated promotion of e-vehicles has impacted the demand for road transportation. Alternative fuels and new technologies have driven the continuous decline of carbon emission intensity, and financial support for low-carbon industries has been increasing. With transition, energy trade actively seeks change. Green trade, such as carbon neutral, oil and gas, biodiesel, and hydrogen, have emerged. Sinopec has also made some attempts. In 2023, we implemented China's first full life cycle carbon neutral oil project. And this year, we completed the first domestic bio-aviation fuel export project. But from supply and demand perspective, oil and gas will still dominate for a period of time. This is related to the innate deficiency with intermittent supply of renewable energy, but also an inevitable result of people's greater emphasis on energy security. We need to actively embrace new energy, but we need to also guard the territory of traditional energy, injecting new impetus into global economic development. Second, energy transition gives birth to green shipping. With the IMO framework, colleagues in the global shipping industry are striving to reduce emission and increase green initiatives. We see that the first container ship to fully use green methanol has been delivered and set sail. The proportion by tonnage of ships using alternative fuels has reached 7% in global fleet. More than half of new shipbuilding orders are powered by alternative energy sources. And the research and development of ship ammonia engines are advancing. The green era has already begun. As a stakeholder, Sinopec is also taking actions. On the one hand, we have entered into agreements with biodiesel companies to accelerate the expansion of bioship fuel business and provide low-carbon energy for domestic and foreign companies. On the other hand, we are adapting to the new rules of the EU carbon market, working with ship owners in completing the first carbon quota transaction, exploring the collaborative management of carbon emissions in trade and shipping. In the future, Sinopec will be an energy supply and a trade cargo owner, contributing to green shipping. Third, shipping and trade must collaborate to meet challenges. The transactional and cross-regional flow of resources and commodities is an indispensable factor in global economic growth and social development. Trade and shipping are the core links. With energy transition, we are faced with a number of common challenges. On the one hand, the EU included shipping industry in the carbon emission trading system and implemented the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM. G7 has set up a climate club mandating emission reductions for member countries and imposing corresponding carbon tariff on non-members. Carbon emission management has become one of the key factors that people in our industry must consider when doing business. On the other hand, multiple factors have led to increasing macro instability, specifically in the field of oil, gas trade and shipping. The Palestinian-Israeli conflict has led to a crisis in the Red Sea, forcing oil trade to go through Cape of Good Hope. Abnormal weather has affected the passage of Panama Canal, hindering the cross-regional oil and gas trade from Americas to Asia. To us, be it traditional oil and gas trade or carbon neutrality projects, we're not completion these projects alone, and they cannot be completed alone. It also shows that the best option for turning crisis into opportunity is that all parties must collaborate for a win-win situation. Sinopec stands ready to work with all the industry friends, promote the low carbon of traditional energy and scaling of clean energy, and jointly promote a green and low carbon transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, development is the theme of human society, and shared development is the important path for a beautiful world. I hope that this conference will become a new starting point for people in the oil and gas trade and shipping industry to deepen cooperation and promote each other's development, working together to fuel up and cheer on the development of a beautiful world. I wish the conference a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. During global changes of significant magnitude at many aspects, there's nothing more important than the dynamic balance if achievable at our industry. Next, please join me in welcoming Mr. Yu Jing, Deputy General Manager of China National Offshore Oil Corporation, to deliver his keynote speech. Please.
Honorable Vice Chairman C.Y. Leung, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my great honor to participate in the 2024 World Maritime Merchant Forums to discuss on the topic of navigating cycles and explore the green transformation of energy development in the city of Hong Kong. On behalf of CNOC, I would like to extend my sincere greetings and best wishes to all of you. Shipping is the core vessel of marine civilization and a vital link in global trade. The openness, inclusiveness, and the win-win spirit is the core of shipping, and it deeply aligns with the CNOC's 40 years development philosophy. We are China's first fully opened special industry to the world, and we are the largest recipient of foreign investment in the China's oil and gas industry. CNOC remains committed to collaborative openness across the entire value chains. In the recently concluded the 7th CIC, we partnered with 90 global suppliers from over 26 countries and regions to establish an exchange platforms. And together with different institutions, we discuss on marine development policies, technologies, and standard. At the same time, we would like to promote the prosperous development of the industry. Will continue to build on the Belt and Road initiatives. Our oil and LNG transport covered many Belt and Road regions. We also import 130 million tons of LNGs from Belt and Road regions. We are also one of the largest LNG importers in China. We continue to work to the high end. And at the same time, we have built the biggest DP container cruise. We also become one of the first DP container ships in China. We have signed the largest LNG vessel agreement. Coming forward, we'll have more fleet in our capacities to improve the self-dependency in China's development. And also, we will work toward technological development based on our own large language models to build the first import LNG price prediction models to reduce the cost of our procurement. At the same time, we will facilitate the data exchange of China's government departments and to lower the time of transactions and improve the transparency of price. And also, we will help improve the sales of China's LNGs through the fleet management and to facilitate full chain monitoring. At the same time, we'll work toward green development and actively position ourselves in eastern and southern coastal cities. We will continue to work on the Yangtze River gas transportation networks and to accelerate the domestic and international bunkering networks. We'll continue focusing on integrated development. Currently, we covered 28 ports with 54 berths. And in the future, we'll continue to improve the value of our imported capacity. We'll also work with the industries to improve the capacities of trade, sales, and storage. That said, we'll continue to improve the time and space perspectives. In these forums, we have mentioned about industrial insight and building an efficiency industries. I feel for that. With the global geopolitical tensions and innovation trends, we, the energy industries, should also be adaptive because the landscape of energy and trade are all changing. We need to have a paradigm shift to answer the calls for security and low carbon transitions. Therefore, all these elements will shift the energy sector and logistics sectors. We need to understand and adapt to the cyclical change of the industries, and we need to take these opportunities to improve technologies. This is a priority. At the same time, we need to adjust the balance between supply and demand and to seek emerging market opportunities in uncertainties. We also need to utilize the mega scale of Chinese market and the unique advantage of energy business to improve supply side capacity. And also, we need to discover and explore the trade potentials of energy-related products. Also, we need to be able to provide refined oil and also petrochemical and other consolidated and comprehensive product. So that requires a new balance between different countries, especially with emerging market. We will continue to expand our capacity, especially the LNG transportation capacity. We'll expand our vessels, improve our vessel mix and route mix. We'll continue to work on both our soft capacity and hard capacities and keep adjusting towards the uncertain external factors. We can see that despite the slowing of globalization, regional markets are still prospering with local characteristics and local uniqueness and advantages. For us, the energy companies will continue to focus on ASEAN countries, Latin America, Africa, North America, and other regions to improve global logistics chains and also to improve the synergies between upstream and downstreams. Will help the upstream resources to find market and will help the downstream markets to find innovative sources of energies. At the same time, we are focusing on delivering 24-hour services in global networks. We'll continue to improve the storage and the delivery capacities in important hubs around the world. We'll continue to improve the core competitiveness in the global supply chain and will deliver innovative product. In the port, ship owners and cities, we need to work together to provide finance, technology, legal consultations, and educations, and other related services to really display the advantages of our market. We have a big hub, we have a big technology platforms, and big data accumulation, as well as big talent pool, so that we need to build on our existing foundations to deliver a green, safe, and intelligent services. At the same time, we need to display our soft capacities to build a higher quality industry. We'll work with financial related institutions to deliver maritime industry, carbon trading, and as well as self-insurance system, so that we can seek to establish a unified LNG fuel pricing mechanism. At the same time, we need to work on bunkering operations and monitoring procedures supervisions, so that we need to improve our capacities. At the same time, we need to voice the sounds from China, and we need to incorporate the unique advantage of Hong Kong in its policies, in its geopolitical positions. At the same time, we need to actively participate in maritime security, emergency safety rescue capacity, as well as maritime transportations and underwater constructions and fisheries. The fourth point is that we need to work toward big data revolutions. This will give us uncertainties. However, this requires a new balance between product qualities and efficiencies. Digitalization is shaping the industries once and for all. Coming up, we need to focus on AI, big data, large model, and other technologies to improve our efficiencies, improve our productivities, and to work toward digital transformations. Ladies and gentlemen, coming forward, CNOT will continue to be opened and be steadfast in our development. Will continue to work toward high-quality development futures together with all of you. And lastly, we would like this forum a resounding success. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, next we will launch the inauguration ceremony of the Spark Carbon Reduction Consortium. Let's welcome the host of this ceremony, Mr. Norbert Cray.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the inauguration ceremony of the Smart Carbon Reduction Consortium at the World Maritime Merchants Forum 2024. It's a great honor to serve as the host of this ceremony here today. My name is Norbert Cray from DNV. Nowadays, the global shipping industry has entered a new round of transformation. Green, digital, and intelligent developments have become inevitable trends for the transformation and upgrading of the industry. With the official implementation of the EU carbon tax regulations, industry chain participants need to take more pragmatic and reliable actions to respond effectively to the increasingly stringent emission reduction situations. In promoting in-depth exchanges of emission reduction technologies within the industry and jointly building new ecosystem of low carbon, green, and smart shipping, China Merchants Energy Shipping has taken the initiative to join forces with Wuhan University of Technology, CCS, Vale, DNV, China Merchants Industry Holdings, China Merchant Banks, Shanghai Merchant Ship Design and Research Institute, Shanghai Qiyao Environmental Technology, and CM Energy Tech to form the Smart Carbon Reduction Consortium. The consortium aims to gather green and digital project resources within the industrial chain, accelerate the transformation of technological innovation achievements into industrial applications, and contribute to global low carbon and emission reduction efforts. Next, I will introduce the first batch of 6 projects that have entered the consortium one by one. The first project is a smart carbon platform. It is the world's first digital intelligent carbon emission management platform that comprehensively covers carbon monitoring, carbon AI solutions, and carbon asset management, in which enables the collection, intelligent application, visualization, and innovative integration of carbon data across the industrial chain. Improve the sharing of carbon data and strengthen connectivity.
我们要不断地改善碳数据和相关的强度在供应链当中的分享。同时，我们也需要保证，它符合现在的去碳行动的要求。第三是 BRITC 平台，我们基于整合的办法，这一平台使用智能链技术建立基础设施的网络，促进大宗商品贸易和运输。 同时可以实现核心数据不断的驱动数字化在大宗商品当中的应用。那么这当中包括 BRITC 合同，还有运单以及海事合作产品等等。
Shipping GPT. Shipping GPT contains a series of large language models trained with knowledge graph, which we cooperated with shipping industry chain and an intelligent application platform. We deeply explore the value of shipping business scenarios to construct intelligence application platform and develop applications such as shipping knowledge assistant and demurrages assistant, so as to improve the quality and efficiency of ship management, risk control, market research, etc. The fourth project is the vessel technical performance monitoring and assessment system. The system aims to establish a dynamic monitoring and assessment framework for real-time vessel efficiency that excludes environmental impacts. It includes methodologies for evaluating the efficiency of switchable energy-saving devices and provides systematic solutions for new builds and retrofits. These solutions support investment decision-making, design, construction, testing, delivery, and operations. The fifth project is the vessel sail application platform. The platform utilizes the three-wing rigid sail technology of CM, developing mature wind energy technology solutions tailored to vessel characteristics. It optimizes EEDI and EEXI indices, enhances CII ratings and economic indicators, and promotes the market application of wind-assisted propulsion technologies. The sixth project is the magnetic levitation ORC waste heat power generation system. The system adopts the latest design methods and low construction cost to generate electricity from waste heat through magnetic levitation ORC units. It utilizes cooling water, flue gas, and air coolers from ship engines to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Next, let's warmly welcome the representatives of the participating entities of the consortium to the stage and jointly sign the Memorandum of Cooperation for the consortium. Please welcome on the stage Mr. Wang Yongqing, President of China Merchants Energy Shipping. Mr. Yan Xingping, Academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, Professor of Wuhan University of Technology. Mr. Fan Quang, General Manager, Hong Kong branch of CCS. Ms. Michelle Gonzalez, Head of Chartering and Long-Term Contracts of Vale International. Mr. Liu Xiaofang, Head of Smart Center of DNV. Mr. Mei Zhonghua, Deputy General Manager of China Merchants Industry Holdings. Mr. Wang Mingqiang, General Manager, Cross-Border Finance Department of China Merchants Bank. Mr. Li Qing, Vice President of Shanghai Merchant Ship Design and Research Institute. Mr. He Qijiang, Director of Shanghai Qiyao Environmental Technology. And last but not least, Mr. Cheng Yingquang, Vice President of CM Energy Tech. So are you ready, gentlemen? Then let's sign the cooperation agreement of the Smart Carbon Reduction Consortium on your electronic screen together, please. Well done. Then please step forward to the stage and let's take a group photo together. a bit closer, then better for the photographers. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Then finally, I'd like to declare the inauguration ceremony of the Smart Carbon Reduction Consortium as a complete success. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Karen. Next, we are about to launch the WMMF ESG rating standards.
In light of the increasing global emphasis on sustainable development, advancing environmental stewardship, social responsibility, and corporate governance has become a shared priority among publicly listed shipping companies worldwide. And with the support of international classification societies and academic institutions, the World Maritime Merchants Forum has developed the WMMF ESG rating standards, specifically tailored to meet the sector's unique demands. These standards aim to drive green transformation, reduce environmental impact, and enhance corporate responsibility regarding labor conditions and governance. And today, we're proud to launch these standards. We believe that, alongside enterprises worldwide, these measures will strengthen the reputation of shipping corporates, pave the way for a sustainable and resilient future.
Back in 2004, the United Nations Global Compact, UNGC, introduced the ESG concept to the world. 2 decades later, it has become a recognized benchmark for corporate sustainability practices, guiding industry towards green, low-carbon initiatives, and fostering social and cultural responsibility in competitive markets. Today, we are honored to welcome Ms. Liu Meng, Head of Channel Office, UNGC, to share her insights on ESG. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Liu.
Distinguished Vice Chairman, Mr. Liang Zhenying, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my great honor to represent the United Nations Global Compact, the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative, to address this very important conference. I think also personally, I also contributed to gender parity KPI for this event by representing half of the global population, if I may, which is women. And in this country, it's very famous to say that women holds half of the sky. And that's a very important foundation also for the notion we call ESG. So together, I really look forward to jointly chart a blueprint for the future of global shipping market with a focus on environmental, social, and governance integration. Really founded in 2000, the late UN Secretary General, Mr. Kofi Annan, has charted a new initiative called the UN Global Compact. We have been advocating and mobilizing companies everywhere to adhere to 10 universal principles covering the area of human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption to contribute to sustainable development goals. In 2007, we established a liaison office in China to support companies' sustainability efforts on the ground. Today, over 1,200 Chinese companies has joined this global movement of over 23,000 companies worldwide to commit it to the 10 universal principles of the UN Global Compact to advance 2030 agenda. This year marks the 20th anniversary since we introduced the concept of ESG and ESG principles, and we are very happy to see once a concept has taken deep root globally and especially in this market. As the UN Climate Conference is taking place in Baku these days, the shipping industry has convened a very important discussion here in Hong Kong, and your efforts on decarbonization and ESG integration is crucial for our joint climate progress. We all know that more than 80% of global trade volume depends on maritime transport, which accounts for about 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Naturally, the shipping industry have a very important obligation and responsibility to actively decarbonize and respond to our pressing climate crisis. In this regard, I'm very excited to see the launch of a Smart Carbon Reduction Consortium just now, and the following release of a WMMF ESG rating standard. Beyond the environmental impact, the industry has enormous opportunity to advance in the social aspect of ESG. And one potential pathway I'd like to recommend here is through the UN Global Compact's Global Action Platform to advance sustainable infrastructure for the Belt and Road Initiative to accelerate the SDGs. This action platform is launched back in June 2020 in response to nearly 40 head of states appeal in the joint communique of BRI International Cooperation Forum, where this head of states, they called on all market players to fulfill their social responsibility and follow the 10 principles of UN Global Compact. As a key project incubated by this platform and supported by UN Peace and Development Fund, an integrated eco-toilet solutions made by used ocean containers with solar power has been supporting rural areas in China to enhance health and sanitation infrastructure and the building of beautiful rural communities and the circular economy. I want to take this opportunity to thank, in particular, Captain Xu Lirong, who has provided us with strong support to make this project happen. Thank you, Mr. Xu. This project has the greatest potential, and with your applause, and hopefully with your support, to go scale, to support more countries, and for humanitarian purpose, to benefit more people. And we welcome more companies to join us. Despite many opportunities ahead, technological challenges, inconsistent regulations and standards globally remain for the industry. We look forward to collaborating with the shipping industry to seek technological innovation, market mechanism optimization, and ESG integration in becoming sustainability leaders of today and tomorrow. The green and sustainable transition must happen through the full life cycle and value chain for the industry. So please count on the UN Global Compact as your partners, and we will together unite business for a more sustainable blue economy and for a more prosperous China and the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. Now we're privileged to invite Mr. Hing Chao, Chairman of the Hong Kong Chamber of Shipping, to introduce the WMMF ESG rating standards. Please welcome Mr. Hing Chao.
Distinguished Vice Chairman, CY Leung, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good afternoon. Today, it is my great honor to gather with you today at the 2024 World Maritime Merchant Forum. Let's explore sustainable growth and development of the shipping industry. Aligned with what we heard from the previous sessions, we understand the increasing importance of ESG. However, in implementing this concept, we have experienced obstacles and challenges. Our industry requires a scientific, reasonable, equitable, and practicable ESG guidance to lead us forward in the implementations of ESG. From environment, social, and governance aspect, we all need to improve our social value. So today, at the World Maritime Merchant Forums, we would like to introduce the ESG rating systems of WMMF. This is an exploration in the ESG topic from shipping industry. We followed on green energy, climate change, and the health of seafarers. This has been recognized by CCS, RENAS, ABS, Alarm, BV, and also it has gained the support of Shanghai Maritime University and Dalian Maritime University, China International Carbon Neutral Research Center, Hong Kong Polytechnic University, Hong Kong Jockey Club, and other institutions. At the same time, when we built the system and guidance, we followed scientific and comprehensive principles. It has also constituted the three aspects, including environment, social governance, as well as other sectors. It has 14 topics covering 36 indicators and 176 KPIs. This is a comprehensive ESG rating system. It will be very fundamental to promoting the sustainable development of shipping industries. At the same time, it provides effective management for shipping companies. At the same time, it emphasizes on both risk and opportunities and achieving a win-win of economic and social benefit. At the same time, it emphasizes on green transformation, decarbonizations, and green new fuels. Let's take a look at the videos in relation to WMMF ESG rating.
Sales consumption, crew rise and welfare, geopolitical dynamics, and economic strategy. In this vast ocean, the shipping industry, as a vital support for global commerce, carries the pulse of the world. Developing an ESG rating standard system tailored to the specificities of shipping has become the key to enhance enterprise competitiveness and steer the industry forward. The WMMF ESG rating standards were conceived in this context, specially designed for global shipping sector, anchored in three core pillars of environmental, social, and governance, integrating international laws and regulations with maritime organizational principles, to ensure both the legitimacy and authority of the standards. The WMMF ESG rating system is divided into a general indicator system and a shipping-specific indicator system. It adopts a hierarchical three-tier structure encompassing 3 pillars, 14 topics, 36 indicators, 176 key metrics. The release of the WMMF ESG rating standards has garnered technical guidance from 6 major international classification societies and has received support from 6 renowned academic institutions.
WMMF ESG rating standards are rooted in global perspectives based on international recognized frameworks.
DNV is actively engaged globally in establishing and implementing robust ESG frameworks and practices, and are proud to be part of this project supporting the development of the WMMF ESG rating standards.
The launch of the WMMF ESG rating standards will significantly enhance the global competitiveness in our global markets.
At RINA, we have a long-standing experience in marine and certification. I wish the launch of the Maritime Merchant CSG evaluation standards a great success.
航商 ESG 评价标准能为航商合规、安全和可持续发展带来帮助。
WMMF ESG rating standards helps companies integrate sustainability into every aspect of operations, promoting comprehensive transformation from emissions reduction to corporate governance.
We are very happy and great honor to be part of this new standards, WMMF ESG rating standards.
WMMF ESG rating standards will create lasting value for the industry, steering shipping companies toward a green, sustainable future.
航商 ESG 评价标准是推动航运业迈向绿色低碳与高效发展的重要一步。
绿色航运学术助力，科学转型标准引领。
很高兴与世界航商大会携手，深度参与航商 ESG 评价标准的制定。
Based on global outlook, gathering industry wisdom, committed to forging a green future for shipping, we believe this will be our new shipping mission in the new era.
We now proceed to the launch ceremony of the WMMF ESG rating standards. Firstly, I would like to invite representatives from our supporting organizations to join us on stage and witness this important moment. Please join us in welcoming
Mr. Shi Dai, Director and President of China Motion Group Limited.
Mr. Hein Chao, Chairman of Hong Kong Chamber of Shipping.
Mr. Remy Erickson, President and CEO of DNV Group.
Professor Shan Hongjun, President of Dalian Maritime University.
Mr. Paul Moretti, Chief Executive Officer of RINA Services.
Mr. Yan Dalong, Vice Chair of the Shanghai Maritime University Council.
Mr. Andy McCarron, Chief Commercial Officer of AR.
Mr. Jiang Qingzhe, Dean of the China Academy of Global Carbon Neutral Economy, University of International Business and Economics.
Mr. Vasilios Kostelias, Senior Vice President, Global Business Development of ABS.
Mr. He Guojun, Director of Hong Kong Youth Jockey Club Enterprise Sustainability Global Research Institute.
Mr. Alex Greg Smith, Senior Vice President, Marine and Offshore Asia Pacific, Chief Executive of BV Marine and Offshore China.
Mr. T.L. Yip, Director of C.Y. Tang International Center for Maritime Studies, the Hong Kong Polytechnic University.
Mr. Fan Qiang, General Manager, Hong Kong Branch of CCS.
Later on, please place your hands on the launch panel. Okay, now please place your hands on the launch panel. 请把手放到前面的装置上，可以 ？Yes. Okay, together we will count down from 3 to officially unveil the WMMF ESG rating standards. Let us all witness this exciting moment together. Ready? 3, 2, 1, light up.
Now, let's take one more group photo, please. Thank you very much, our honorable guests, and please take your seats. Thank you. 请各位嘉宾入座。A very briefing of the rating standards as launched. It contains 176 independent variables for measurements of sampling companies' performance at the sector of ESG, information of which can be obtained by the RPA technology and scored by the Shipping GPT model independently. So far, the sampling base contains 136 shipping companies publicly listed in 16 stock markets respectively over the world.
This time being, the ESG analysis reports for these companies are available on the World Maritime Merchants Forum's website and the app as well, providing insights into their contributions or achievements at the ESG sectors. You're encouraged to review those reports. Meantime, we call upon industry peers and international organizations to support this initiative, encouraging widespread adoption of green, low carbon, and sustainable practices in shipping and contributing to global sustainability. Thank you for being with us.
Now let's take a 10-minute break and back here at 4:40. Thank you very much. There's coffee and tea prepared at both sides.
会场有茶点，请享用。
Ladies and gentlemen, so time flies, and may I invite all of our guests to have your seats, please. The next session will start shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, may we invite all of our guests to have your seats, please. The next session will start shortly.
各位嘉宾，请尽快就座。我们下一节的议程即将开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, may you please come back to your seats. 女士们、先生们，各位来宾，我们下一阶段的议程马上就要开始，请各位嘉宾入座。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Up to 4 p.m., number of views at our website and apps has hit approximate 5,090,000. So Hong Kong is well positioned with business-friendly environment, well-established common law system, and the unique advantage of being backed by the Chinese mainland while facing the world to leverage these resources and seize opportunity in the global shipping and trade community. Next, let's welcome Ms. Agambanga, Chairman of the Hong Kong Shipowner Association, to deliver a keynote speech. Welcome.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening day of Hong Kong Maritime Week. As I look out across this audience, I see the foremost minds and leaders of our industry, including many friends gathered here beside the iconic Victoria Harbour. There could not be any more fitting location for us to convene this critical discussion on the opportunities and challenges confronting global shipping. Surrounded by the towering skyscrapers, this city was built on maritime trade. As chairman of the Hong Kong Shipowners Association, I am proud to represent nearly 200 of the industry's most prominent companies. Our members own or manage more than 2,500 vessels with a combined carrying capacity of more than 223 million deadweight tons. From right here in Victoria Harbour, our members power ocean trade and economic growth around the world. Today's event marks the start of an annual tradition that has quickly become a key forum to advancing maritime cooperation worldwide. The convening has grown each year, affirming Hong Kong's position as the gateway between East and West. There is no better place for visionary thinking on shipping's future. In Hong Kong, and China, there are changes afoot to adapt and advance the pressing industry challenges we face. The geopolitical tensions and economic uncertainties can also impact global trade flows and create headwinds for our industry. No boardroom discussion today about global trade or the maritime industry could forego discussion of China. Its demand and exports fuel global markets. For example, the growth in volume of Chinese dry bulk cargo alone has accounted for 73% of the total dry bulk trade growth this year. Its role as a trade power, shipbuilder, and recruitment market for seafarers continues to see it grow in importance. At the macro level, China's 13th and 14th National Five-Year Plans and the recently completed third plenary session of the 20th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China emphasized the immense potential of our industry and also adopted a resolution to consolidate and enhance Hong Kong's status as an international shipping center. On a more tangible level, trade initiatives such as China's Belt and Road Initiative open doors for enhanced connectivity and trade across Asia, Europe, and Africa. Hong Kong, with a strategic location and world-class infrastructure, is ideally positioned to serve as a key node in this vast network, facilitating the flow of goods, capital, and ideas between China and the world. Moreover, the Greater Bay Area Initiative presents unique opportunities. By integrating Hong Kong with Shenzhen, Macau, and Guangzhou, we can create a maritime superhub that will boost innovation and economic growth. The Greater Bay Area, with a population of over 85 million and a GDP of almost $2 trillion, has the scale and diversity to rival other major Bay Areas such as Tokyo, New York, and San Francisco. Hong Kong, as an international maritime center with a rich heritage of providing high-end shipping services, can play a pivotal role in steering the development of the Greater Bay Area's maritime cluster. Straddling east and west, I believe Hong Kong can play a crucial role in fulfilling this vision. We have the opportunity to underline our global position in the maritime industry while also playing our part in creating a logistics network that will fuel economic growth for decades to come. The Hong Kong government's policy address last month filled me with enormous optimism about the government's plan to consolidate Hong Kong's position as an international finance, shipping, and trading center. The Hong Kong Shipowners Association is very grateful to the government that the measures included many of our recommendations, demonstrating the importance of partnership between government and industry so that we can deliver better together. The reconstitution of the Hong Kong Maritime and Port Board is a very welcome step that will provide vital leadership for our industry's growth with a wide-ranging mandate to strengthen Hong Kong's competitiveness. The address contains 3 exciting new policy directions that have the potential to transform Hong Kong's maritime landscape. The first is investment in smart port technologies that have the power to transform Hong Kong into a model of efficiency and innovation. Modernization of our port facilities will attract new business and investment to the city. The Hong Kong and Maritime Port Board has already launched the Smart Port Initiative to promote the adoption of automation, big data, and IoT in our port operations. One key project under this initiative is the development of a digital twin of our port, which will enable real-time monitoring, predictive maintenance, and optimization of port resources. By embracing those cutting-edge technologies, Hong Kong can set a new standard for port efficiency and resilience. Advanced port infrastructure, coupled with an efficient logistics network, will support shipping companies to maintain seamless operations. The second vital policy is the development of pioneering green technologies, which present a golden opportunity for Hong Kong to shine on the global maritime sustainability stage. We're uniquely positioned to pilot the adoption of zero-emission fuels, maritime batteries, and other advances that will define the sustainable future of shipping. Our port is ideal as a sandbox for deploying and testing innovative energy solutions. Investments in R&D, partnerships, pilot projects, and renewable energy infrastructure will enable breakthrough technologies to scale up. With policy support for sustainability, innovation, and our culture of resilient entrepreneurship, Hong Kong can lead the charge in decarbonization. The reverberations will be felt worldwide as our efforts catalyze faster industry transition to net zero emissions. The third policy area that I would like to highlight is the creation of a commodity trading ecosystem which will position Hong Kong as a hub for trade and finance in the maritime sector. As one of the world's freest economies, Hong Kong provides a robust legal system and minimal barriers to capital flows, making it ideal for global trading firms. By attracting global merchants in agriculture, energy, metals, and minerals, our vibrant financial center, Hong Kong, can facilitate trade flows with mainland China and high-growth Asian economies. Moreover, with Hong Kong as a global financial hub, commodity derivative products can be offered for risk management, while access to sophisticated commodity price analytics and hedging instruments can support optimized shipping routes and charter decisions. Our city boasts a rich maritime heritage that has cultivated specialized services including ship management, maritime insurance and dispute resolution, bunkering, and logistics. These strengths, combined with a new policy direction, will make Hong Kong a prime location for commodity traders to base operations and drive regional growth. With the acquisition of the LME, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange has already taken steps to develop a commodity trading platform, leveraging our city's unique advantages in finance, law, and shipping. The launch of this ecosystem will mark a major milestone in Hong Kong's journey to become a global commodity trading hub, creating new opportunities for our maritime industry to thrive. Furthermore, the Chief Executive Policy Address outlines several other commercial principles that will reinforce Hong Kong's position as a maritime hub. These include important investments in our human capital. A key focus is nurturing maritime talent, such as establishing a maritime academy to train future seafarers, port operations professionals, and maritime lawyers. The address also pledged to grow the ecosystem of ship management services from crew management to technical operations. Strengthening Hong Kong as a favored headquarters will enable us to provide comprehensive maritime commercial services. The seas run right through the heart of Hong Kong's commercial center. It is the reason the city became the preeminent center of Asia's maritime industry. If we maintain Hong Kong's spirit of resilience and reinvention, I know the city's brightest days as a maritime capital still lie ahead. We have the talent, the infrastructure, the legal and financial systems, and the unwavering support of the government to make this vision a reality. Esteemed guests, this week we have the opportunity to chart a common course together. Let us seize this moment to steer the global maritime industry towards a brighter, more sustainable, and prosperous future. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I wish you a successful conference and a wonderful Maritime Week.
Thank you, Mr. Banga. With advancements and new energy technologies, we're seeing positive trends in lowering the costs of low-carbon energy. Additionally, new building orders that replace conventional fuels with green alternatives are becoming increasingly common. And this clearly demonstrates that the shipping industry is making continuous progress towards its decarbonization goals. And next, I would like to invite Mr. Hitoshi Nagasawa, President of NYK Group, to deliver his keynote speech. Welcome.
Dear distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, it is a great honor for me to have such an opportunity to speak at such a prestige forum. And also, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for organizer China Merchant Group. NYK and CMES are forming a joint venture and are currently building 18 LNG tankers. We are also strengthening our partnership by newly establishing a ship management company, namely OPAL, here in Hong Kong. During the process of advancing our business as a partner, I could feel CME's strong commitment as a company, its overwhelming presence within China, and the professionalism of its supporting staff. I take pride in being able to operate our business as a partner with CMES, and I hope to contribute enriching the lives of people not only in Asia, but around the world by expanding our business through further deepening and strengthening our relationship. This aligns with NYK's corporate philosophy of bringing value to life. NYK currently operates and manages 824 ships and plan to contribute expanding. Additionally, we have formulated NYK Group ESG Story 2023 to achieve the societal challenge of decarbonization with the goal of reaching net zero emission by 2050. As part of this initiative, we have started constructing energy-fueled vessels and ammonia-fueled vessels. We have already completed 8 energy-fueled car carriers, and including those under construction, we have grown our energy-fuel fleet to 20 vessels. For ammonia-fueled vessels, we completed an ammonia-fueled tugboat in August 2024, and we are developing an ammonia-fueled medium gas carrier with completion set for November 2026. Traditionally, ammonia has mainly been used as a raw chemical for fertilizers, but its prosperities, such as not emitting GHGs when burned, have been raising expectations for the use of new generation fuel in shipping and thermal power generation. However, ammonia emits N20 and is also toxic, corrosive, and flame redundant, presenting many challenges that must be overcome. We are addressing these challenges by combining various insights across the boundaries of specialized fields, companies, and the industry to tackle all risks and issues. We consider the conversion of ships to ammonia as a major milestone toward achieving zero emission, and we intend to focus even more on this in the future. This slide shows our plan for the introduction of ammonia-fueled vessel by 2050. Once their service is completed, the LNG-fueled vessel currently under construction will gradually be replaced by ammonia-fueled vessels. Additionally, here is the information on ammonia-fueled tugboat and the ammonia-fueled ammonia transport vessel I mentioned earlier. The tugboat began operation in August of this year, and ammonia-fueled medium gas carrier is scheduled to be completed in November 2026. We have also begun exploring ammonia bunkering vessel and obtained approved in principle in 2022 from Class NK for the basic design, making the progress in the technological development. At the end, I believe that transitioning to alternative fuel, such as ammonia, and building a supply chain for decarbonization is difficult to achieve alone. And collaboration with the stakeholders, including the government, is essential. I hope to actively exchange the information with everyone in the audience and deepen the discussion towards the net zero. Thank you very much for your attention. 谢谢.
Thank you, Mr. Nakazawa. In recent years, the sustainability and resilience of global supply chain have been continuously challenged by climate change and geopolitical tensions. As a result, there is growing public concern in terms of how ports and liners will address these challenges and take effective actions in response. Next, let's welcome Mr. Eric Yip, Group Managing Director of Hutchison Port Holding Limited, to deliver his keynote speech. Welcome.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Today, I'm honored to be given the chance to share with you my observation on the change of the trend of supply chain and what are the implications to shipping lines and terminals. I'll attribute the change in the trend to three happenings. One is the geopolitics, One Belt, One Road, and the pandemic. I refer to the past pandemic. I'm not forecasting a new pandemic. The geopolitics is asking for change in the cargo sourcing to near sourcing, friendly sourcing, and also try to buy from other countries. So that creates a shift of the manufacturing base and emergence of a lot of industrial countries. The One Belt, One Road has happened to move the manufacturing base from China to other countries and also penetrating and developing new market and trading partners. I'll give you two statistics to show the change of the trend. From 2010 to 2024, USA used to import 50% of its import from China alone. In 24, it reduced to 39%, whereas 9% is from Vietnam. For the export from China, being the biggest manufacturer in the world, in the last 10 years ago, 7 countries of the world contribute to consume 50% of the export from China. But today, China exports to 10 different countries for 50% of its export. The major change, of course, is to USA. 10 years ago, USA represent 29% of the total export from China, and now is only 19. And the others followed by Japan, Korea, and the newcomers, instead of the old European countries, are Vietnam, India, Russia, Thailand, Indonesia, and Mexico. These 10 countries add together represent 50% of the export from China. And the third happenings which contribute to the change in the trend is the pandemic. During the pandemic, shipping lines and terminals are suffering from the disruption of the logistics supply, not because of the terminals, mainly because of the inland domestic transport, because of the lockdown, have failed to bring cargo in and out of the terminals, and the terminal gets stuck and create a bottleneck for shipping lines which have to wait for weeks and months before they can discharge and load of the cargo. So this is something which happened in the past, but it is not the biggest impact to the industry. The biggest impact to the industry is the profit. The one-off profit which shipping lines have made in the last 2 years is equal to $500 billion. That become an enabler, or enabler for change. In light of the change of the geopolitics of the One Belt, One Road, and also this pandemic experience, if you ask a shipping line, what is your wish list? And he would tell you that if I can buy more ships to go into this new market, I can own terminals, we can control my smooth flow in the terminals, and I will buy the logistics chains in terms of domestic transportation, warehouse, rail, whatever. But with this pandemic result, that enables the shipping lines to realize all their wish list. In the last 5 years, there's a tilted situation between the market share of the third-party container terminal operator like us and the shipping lines terminals. Before, the third-party owner container terminal operator like us represent about 60% of the global market. Today, it drops below 50%. Whereas the shipping lines-based container terminal developers have increased their market share by large. Just in the last 4 years, we have seen shipping lines have bought about 100 terminals and numerous transport companies in various countries. So that has tilted the level playing field of the whole supply chain logistics. And this tilted level playing field will create a new order for the future. I'm not here to elaborate into this new order, but you can imagine that what the supply chain players will be like with the concentration of this logistic capability in the hands of few big shipping lines. So in closing, I just wish this new order will create and escalate the level of competition, but it will transform into a new partnership among all the logistic providers to create a community for a shipped future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ip. The geopolitical situation and decarbonization are indeed pressing issues for the entire shipping industry worldwide. As a key component of the global supply chain, the shipping industry requires a high level of globalization and must carefully examine development trends in light of geopolitical dynamics changing ongoing. Next, let's welcome Mr. Bhattar, Executive Vice President of MSC Group, to deliver his keynote speech. Welcome.
Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here again and be back in Hong Kong. Other than a very short visit last year, the last time I was in Hong Kong and the last time definitely I was in this facility was in 2009 when I had the honor to chair the drafting committee for the Hong Kong Convention for the safe and environmentally sound recycling of ships, which I'm glad to say will now enter into force and has, and will now be implemented worldwide. So a great accomplishment and a great day for Hong Kong when that occurred. I'm here today on behalf of the Aponte family and the MSC group to speak to you about how shipping can adapt to geopolitical pressures which we're facing worldwide. There were times when maybe things seemed a little slower, a little easier than they are today, but honestly, it's the nature of shipping, that it's full of challenges. It's full of a need for problem solving. And people that are afraid of challenges and don't want to face problems and fix them, maybe in the wrong line of work, because it's fundamentally what we do, not just for our operations, but to serve our customers and to be that critical conduit for trade worldwide, because our industry moves 90% of international commerce, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. But just as we delivered during the pandemic, just as we adapted when the Suez Canal was blocked for 10 days, just as we adapted very quickly after the Red Sea was taken over and essentially choked off by non-state actors, we will continue to adapt and serve the world's needs. I also want to take a moment to reference some comments that were made earlier about some particular seafarers, but I want them not to be thought of in isolation, but be thought of as representing all seafarers. Seafarers are what makes this industry work every single day, and they are the unsung heroes worldwide that I think do not get enough credit, and they deserve to be recognized, and they do not deserve to be mistreated by either non-state or state actors, and we all should keep them in our minds, and we all should urge governments in particular to do whatever they possibly can so that no innocent seafarer is ever held hostage or held unfairly ever again. That's a lofty goal, but it's one I think we owe that community, and I would be remiss if I did not say it, because everything we succeed in doing for the world, we do because our seafarers answer the call every single day. One unique thing to keep in mind about our company is although we're very large, we have 850 container ships, we're also the third largest cruise line in the world, we have a couple of dozen high-speed ferries, we have 10,000 trucks, we have many container terminals around the world. We're involved in rail, we're involved in aviation, but it is still a family company, and it is run every day by the man who founded it together with his wife, Captain John Luigi Aponte. And when we show up in a region and we say we're going to do something, we do it, and we mean it, and we will be a long-standing partner, and I think we've proven that time and time again, but don't take my word for it. Please watch our actions, because I think they will speak for themselves today and tomorrow. So along with the service that we provide the world in keeping trade flowing, there will be a need soon, not yet today at volume, but soon, for shipping in general. And I'm not speaking specifically about my company, but shipping in general, to be that conduit that moves the molecules of the alternative fuels that we will need to decarbonize society from the point of production to the points of consumption. They may be a very, very large distance apart. IRENA estimates that it will be over 50% of those fuels will have to move by sea. And if we understand where those points of production and points of consumption will be, our industry will respond, and will respond well, and will not only help decarbonize ourselves, but we can help the rest of the world decarbonize for being there to deliver what is needed, and I believe we will be doing that, in addition to reaching net zero for 2050 ourselves. A good start on that is a project called the Clean Energy Marine Hubs, which International Chamber of Shipping, International Association of Ports and Harbors, and IRENA are co-sponsors of. And that project is getting a lot of momentum. And if you have two hubs between points of consumption and points of production, you also create a very natural potential green corridor, because without fuels, a green corridor doesn't work for shipping. That's what it really takes to make one work. So just to connect that with some other comments that were made earlier about that concept, I think it can all tie together quite well. The last comments that I want to make are more generally related to the rule of law and legal order overall that shipping operates under. You will find no industry that better illustrates what it is to be truly global than shipping is. It is a truly global industry that requires truly global regulation and an expansion of national, local, or regional regulatory schemes that overlap or conflict with the rule of order and law that we have now is a very harmful thing in the long term. It leads to inefficiencies, which ultimately add to the cost that goes into the market and adds to the cost of goods worldwide and ultimately restricts trade and causes a lot of times a possibility that you can't comply with both sets of regulations. So it's a much better result whether we're talking about the IMO conventions, the fundamental ones being the International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea, or the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships, but there are many others, as well as the International Labor Organization's Maritime Labor Convention, which is unique. No other industry has a convention globally that's accepted almost universally as well, that protects the basic rights of seafarers, and we should honor that and build upon it and not allow local and regional regimes to undermine its high-functioning nature and universal acceptance now. In addition, a lot of people don't realize it, but this industry has a global minimum wage standard. Many people don't know that. I happen to have the honor to chair the ship owners group for the last two sessions and have been asked to do that again in the one coming up. But we do provide a global minimum wage for our industry and for our seafarers, which I'm not aware of any other industry that does anything like that on a global basis. And it's done in conjunction with those that represent the workers. Those legal regimes, including the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, are extremely important to bringing order and proper and robust regulation to an industry that must be regulated properly on an international level. And you will find that the industry is behind and supportive of changes to those conventions that are helpful and fit for purpose. And a perfect example of that is the industry is not only supportive of the work of the International Maritime Organization to develop a proper regulatory framework to implement its greenhouse gas strategy, but in a lot of ways, we as the industry led governments. It was only last year that governments agreed that the target should be net zero for 2050. The industry's been in that position for several years and asking governments to come along. Well, now that we're all in agreement of what the end state should look like, let's work together, governments, industry, academia, NGOs, energy providers in particular, and find the solution set together that actually works, is fit for purpose, and brings us to that goal of net zero for 2050, because it's critical not only for our industry, but also for the planet and for our children and their children in the world that we'll all leave behind to them at some point. It's been my great honor to speak to you today. I greatly appreciate the invitation, and it's excellent to be back here in Hong Kong. Thank you very much for your attention on behalf of the MSC Group, and I wish you a very, very successful conference and a successful week here at this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Da. Apart from geopolitical tension, Decarbonization is another concern in the shipping industry when policymakers are increasingly motivated to set ambitious goals to reduce carbon intensity and emission arising out of low shipping activities. This raises important questions about the implication for our industry. Now, before our panel discussion, let's welcome our last but not least keynote speakers. Mr. Remy Eriksson, Group President and CEO of DNV, to deliver his keynote speech. Welcome.
Friends of the maritime community, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be here and speak to you at the 2024 World Merchants Forum, organized by China Merchants Group, with a very relevant theme, navigating cycles. Today I will present some of the key findings of the 2024 edition of DNV's Maritime Forecast and Energy Transition Outlook, and share some views on how digitalization in general and artificial intelligence in particular could accelerate the decarbonization of the world energy system, including the maritime sector. This year, the three key findings of our maritime forecast are that, 1, for the world's fleet, as much as 7% of the fuel is consumed in ports, meaning that shore power can reduce the emissions in shipping by at least 7%. And as the ships getting more efficient, that share could go up. Number 2, energy efficiency measures could save 16% of emissions by 2030. In this case, we would only need 10% of the global production of carbon-neutral fuels to meet the IMO 2030 goals. Number 3, in our decarbonized 2050, the cost of seaborne transport will increase by up to a factor of 2. If we zoom out to look at the world energy system, our 8th edition of the Energy Transition Outlook finds that this year the world will reach peak emissions from the production and use of energy. However, worryingly, the decline is too slow for net zero by 2050. And our forecast is that we are heading for a 2.2 degrees Celsius of global warming by the end of this century. So why is emissions peaking and what does it mean? Well, it means that renewable energy is starting to replace fossil energy at an absolute level globally. Why is it happening? Well, we see solar is chasing out coal in the energy mix, in the electricity mix, and energy from batteries and electrical vehicles is chasing out petrol and diesel from road transport. So that's from a technology perspective. If you look at the geographical perspective, we see that the heavy lifting has been made in China. Last year, 57% of all renewables, wind and solar installed in the world, was installed in China. 63% of all new EV sold were in China. We believe that achieving net zero by 2050 is for all practical purposes out of reach. However, that does not mean that the target is irrelevant, because every effort must be made to keep global warming well below 2 degrees as possible. Every decimal counts. So with these findings in mind, can we take advantage of digitalization and artificial intelligence to bring the sort of acceleration we need to the energy transition? My short answer is that AI will make a difference, but it is policy that remains the most important factor to a faster transition. AI alone cannot deliver the energy transition, but I see 4 ways artificial intelligence can help: by improving efficiency, by navigating complexity, by accelerating innovation, and by enhancing people. Let me review each one very quickly. AI can improve efficiency by optimizing energy production, distribution, and consumption. For example, AI can be used to recognize patterns in vessels' emissions data, to find correlation in fleet data, which can indicate where energy savings can be made and where to prioritize investments, or to improve route planning, all of which can help reduce energy usage. Number two, AI can navigate complexity. For example, for port operations, the AI can help improve the logistics or optimize plans for handling cargo. 3, AI can accelerate innovation by discovering novel solutions. For example, AI can help us design and engineer new materials, components, and systems that can enhance the performance and durability of renewables. But it can also be used to improve current technologies. For example, in DNV, we are combining AI with 25 years of consistent ship datasets and technical calculations to create innovative solutions for deeper insights like computer vision-based hull inspections and enhanced hull fatigue predictions. 4, AI can enhance people by amplifying human potential, augmenting our skills, intelligence, and creativity. However, it's not a substitute for human judgment, values, or ethics. And it's not a solution for all our challenges. It is a partner that we need to collaborate with, learn from, and guide with care. For all this to be possible, AI needs to be trusted, particularly for industrial applications, like onboard ships, oil and gas platforms, and power grids. AI is a fluid technology that can change during design and use in ways that are hard to anticipate, and which can have real-world effects beyond just information from ChatGPT. It can have real-world effects on people, assets, and the environment. Setting specific guardrails in place to ensure that AI is trustworthy is an important condition for AI to be deployed and reach its potential. However, building trust in AI is not easy, and even the best of the current AI regulations does not specify how AI can show compliance to requirements. In November last year, we at DNV published the world's first recommended practice on how to ensure trustworthiness in AI-enabled industrial systems. You can all find it on the DNV web, and it's all free. So AI can and has significant potential in accelerating the energy transition, including the great maritime fuel switch and the energy efficiency needed. However, the development of AI-enabled systems must happen within guardrails of assurance tools that I believe will be as impressive as AI itself. We have the technology needed for a smart and efficient energy future. What we miss is the smart and bold policies that unlocks the potential of the technology. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the insightful speech, Mr. Eriksson. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our panel discussion. How can we achieve high-quality transformation and sustainable development? This is the very topic we will explore today. We have 6 panelists who will share their insights and potential solutions to this important issue. Let's welcome Mr. Andreas Norseth, Director General of Danish Maritime Authority. Mr. John MacDonald, President and COO of ABS. Mr. Nick Shaw, CEO of IG P&I Club. Ms. Pernille Dalgaard, Chief Government, Business and Analytics Officer of Maersk McKinney Moller Center. Mr. Nicholas Bornozis, President of Capital Link. Mr. Timothy Konsulich, CEO of Fratelli Konsulich Group. And now I would like to invite Mr. Tim Huxley, Chairman and CEO of Mandarin Shipping, to preside over this session. Welcome on stage, Mr. Huxley, and our 6 panel speakers.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Right, we're running a little bit behind schedule, so we'll get this rolling as quickly as we can. And because of the status and stature of our panelists, I want to give them all as much time as possible, but I have been told we've got a hard stop, so you can all go for dinner. So let's get on with it. So welcome to this final session of the World Maritime Merchants Forum, where we're going to look to address the issue of sustainable shipping supply chains moving towards a new era. And we're delighted to have 6 panelists who span a broad cross-section of our industry. Andreas Nordseth, he is the Director General of the Danish Maritime Authority, which is part of the Danish Ministry of Industry, Business and Financial Affairs, who have a mission to ensure a strong framework for a competitive Danish maritime cluster and to promote safety and health on clean seas. John McDonald is the President and COO of American Bureau of Shipping, an organization which has been providing classification services for 160 years. Nick Shaw is the CEO of the International Group of P&I Clubs, the association of 12 P&I clubs providing marine liability cover for 90% of the world's ocean-going tonnage. Pernille Dalgaard is the Chief Government, Business and Analytics Officer at the Maersk McKinney Moller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping. And as we all know, the Maersk AP Moller Group are not only global leaders in shipping and logistics, but amongst the leading pioneers in all aspects of green shipping and sustainability. Nicholas Bornozis is the President of Capital Link, a New York-based investor relations, financial communications and advisory firm who in addition are well known for hosting maritime investment forums around the world. And finally, I'm delighted to welcome Timothy Konsulich, the CEO of Fratelli Konsulich, a family firm who, like ABS, have been around for 160 years and who provide a broad range of agency and replenishment services to the maritime sector, but are particularly well known as a provider of bunkering services and are at the forefront of the transition to greener fuels. So let's kick off by looking at one of the biggest issues in the whole green transition and sustainability debate, which is who's going to pay for it? As ship owners, both Fratelli Konsulich and Maersk have made significant investments in ships that both use and transport green fuels. How have customers responded to this? And do you see any pushback from customers with respect to paying for the green transition, or are customers willing to pay up? Timothy, please.
Thank you, and thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to attend this very important event. We have indeed invested quite significantly in the transition from the bunkering side. We invested in 2 LNG bunkering vessels, and we just placed a significant order for methanol-ready bunkering vessels. At the moment, we try to collaborate as much as we can with different stakeholders, charters in particular, and I think that is one of the key aspects that we're looking at, both as Fratelli Konsulich, but also as IBIA, the International Bunker Industry Association, the collaboration aspect. I think we are past the phase where players in the industry could move on their own. We are now at the phase where players in the industry need to collaborate and move together, because investments required for the transition to happen are significant, and we need the different stakeholders, buyers, sellers, regulators, and everyone in between to collaborate.
Thanks very much. Pernille, how does it look from the Maersk side? Are the customers all very happy to sort of pay the premium?
I have to start by correcting. So the Maersk Mckinney Møller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping is a science-based, independent, not-for-profit. We're not part of Maersk, and I cannot speak to the policy of Maersk. But what I can speak to is who has to pay for the transition. And I think the simple answer is we all have to pay for it. And we can choose whether we want the people who are the least positioned to pay, which is what's ongoing right now, because we see the consequences of the climate changes. We see how very poor people that are very, very badly positioned for handling this are suffering to a degree that we have never seen before. We can also choose an avenue where we say we make a slightly more controlled payment, where we let the people who are polluting pay, just as in line with the Rio Declaration from 1992, where it stated that environmental impacts should be, or the cost for environmental impacts should be internalized into the price for goods. So I think that that's a very, very important part. There's not a choice of not paying. There will be a bill, and everybody has to pay in one way or the other. Our only choice is whether we want to control it a little bit, or whether we will leave it to, say, nature to decide.
So is that, John, let's look at it from a classification society point of view. I mean, is shipping being a leader or a laggard in tackling sustainability compared to other industries? I mean, obviously ABS, your network goes beyond shipping. I mean, as an industry that's crucial to everybody's livelihoods, yet with a huge proportion of the industry in private hands and controlled by relatively small companies, are the ship owners being forced to bear an unreasonable portion of the cost compared to other sectors where governments seem to throw subsidies at them?
Yeah, so what I would say to that is that I think there's an awful lot of investment going into sustainable shipping today. You see it at the technology level, where you have a lot of investment from both government and industry. Class is obviously tied to all that, and I see it across the industry where you have more and more technology centers, consortiums pulling together. We saw some of that today, actually, where everyone's looking at not only just the fuels, but looking at the technology as far as the voyage optimization, how you use an AI to streamline your overall operations, whether it be from the port, from the vessel, from the fuels and the green hubs that are being put together, and the green corridors. All of this is the investments that are being put into the industry today to really drive the sustainability shipping that is being looked at for the future.
Thanks very much. Pernilla, just going back to you for a moment, I mean, and also Andreas, if I can also ask you to address this. I mean, you, particularly in Denmark, and the Maersk Mckinney Møller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping, I mean, you've stressed that the most important condition for green shipping implementation is ambitious global regulation. Now, I was at a recent gathering of ship owners in Monaco where two comments of note were made. One was that what we have lost in our society is common sense. And the other was that the regulators have to come to terms with reality. I mean, could you briefly elaborate on how you see ambitious global regulation developing, particularly with the newly elected US president and those comments I just mentioned from ship owners? Is a consensus possible?
Sorry, it was a little bit difficult to hear. Could you repeat?
I know the sound here is really bad.
Yeah.
And I can't hear anything that you guys. I can't hear anything that you guys are saying. By the way, is there a consensus likely, or is the view that regulators have to come to terms with reality and the opposition there has been, or are we actually? Is there going to be a consensus on everything, from the different types of fuel we use, on the pace of decarbonization, on the slowing down of the use of fossil fuels? Is that possible?
I think, as it was stated by one of the previous speakers, that is by far the most desirable. Shipping is a global industry, and if it is not regulated globally, it will lead to sub-optimization. So yes, it has to be possible. And what's going on right now in the IMO is It's very, very difficult negotiations. Yet I think it's fair to say that there's some cautious optimism. It's still to be proven whether it is possible, but we do believe that there's a common agreement. And if you ask Arsenio, he will say that yes, of course, we will reach an agreement on ambitious regulation. So I do think that there's across the globe a quite clear consensus that yes, we have to do something. If we don't do anything, it's going to be even worse. Will it be as ambitious as is needed? Well, time will have to show. But if the regulation does not live up to the strategy or cannot deliver on the strategy, then the strategy is going to fail, right? And I think quite some member states are concerned that the strategy has been agreed in order to be delivered.
Andreas, have you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, I would say first that, I mean, looking at the climate situation in the world, it's clear, it should be clear to everybody. We are in code red and there's no plan B. So, I mean, we have to do something. And if you look at the shipping industry, we heard today from MSC Bodar, they are one of the very strong first movers. They have ordered this 600 ships, dual fuel. So the big part of the industry is really, really moving ahead. So what we need to do now is ensure clarity by regulation that this is what we're going to do, this is going to be the fuel standards, and then we're going to have an economic instrument also to close the price gap between fossil fuel and new fuels, so that there will be a level playing field and we get things moving ahead. And consensus, yes, I'm quite sure. And I'm quite sure also with the new Secretary General, we're going to reach consensus because we decided on a strategy in 2023 that we're going to be climate neutral in mid or around 2050. And so I'm quite confident that we will get there. So yeah, and again, we are in code red, there's no plan B, and this is the only option. And I think that if we do not solve this issue within the shipping industry and within the IMO, then we face the uncertainties as to how will different regions start to react. EU, US, China, Africa, South America. If they start to regulate themselves, then we will become totally out of balance. So there's no other option than getting things done within IMO. We need a global framework, and it has to be done by IMO.
I mean, I remember at a conference in Hong Kong, I think it must be about 7 or 8 years ago, and the question was put, is the IMO fit for purpose? Has the IMO got the teeth, and is there the willingness there for them to drive this change within an industry where we're dealing with governments, we're dealing with continents that still want to have personal transportation, and you're possibly depriving some people of this. And that's why I do believe it will be a big challenge to get to the targets that are being set. Is the IMO the right form, or do we need somebody else with a bit more push behind it?
I don't see anyone else who have more push than IMO. I mean, IMO have solved all kind of issues with the shipping industry. And as I said, we have a big, very important chunk of the shipping industry that has moved ahead. We also have the classification societies that are backing up. I mean, we see technology coming into play now at a speed we'd never seen before. Requests for approving. So the industry is really, really moving ahead. What we need is to ensure a level playing field and a clarity, a regulatory clarity as to what will be the fuel standards and what kind of standards are we going to live up to, and what will the sort of intermediate targets be at what point?
I mean, has there been enough effective communication and coordination between the diverse stakeholders in the industry in tackling sustainability in all its forms, and not just the green transition? I mean, are shareholders and financiers going to back away if achieving sustainability impacts on their returns, or is that just a short-sighted view not shared by the broader investment community? Nicholas, you talk to these guys every day.
Well, the reality is that investors are investing, expecting to make a return on their investment. So they are going to take into consideration all the factors that may affect those returns, the profitability of companies. And clearly, in today's environment, companies that do not pay attention in ESG, they are going to be less competitive over time, and that will affect investor returns as well as shareholder returns. And therefore, there has been there has been increasing attention from the investment community, from the shareholders of public companies, on ESG reports and on the ESG performance of the listed companies. As you have seen, all of the listed companies and many private ones are now putting together annually an ESG report that is detailing their performance across many sectors. And ESG stands for three things: environment, social, and governance. So they have to report their performance year by year across all those metrics. So yes, I think as time goes by, investors are paying a lot of attention on that. And I'd like to make one more comment. We all talk about green fuels, about fleet renewal and so on. Let's not forget that the biggest issue right now is how do you upgrade the fleet in the water. Talking about renewals in the future is one thing, but talking about what you're doing with your fleet today is the major issue. And I think companies that are putting out reports indicating their commitment and performance in upgrading their fleet and doing everything they can to meet environmental regulations and objectives are getting more and more investor attention.
Nick, I mean, the IG group, I mean, you're insuring 90% of the world's fleet. That's massive investment, not just from the shipping community, but from a raft of financial institutions. I mean, how are you achieving sustainability goals amongst your members and being accountable to the stakeholders in the insurance industry, which is virtually everybody who's got a pension or any savings?
So thanks, thanks, Tim. I think the international group clubs, their main role in this energy transition is to support ship owners as they make their decisions and through the energy transition. So what does that mean in actual practical terms? First of all, we need to ensure that the regulatory framework is in place. And by that I mean supporting the IMO's liability conventions and making sure that the alternative fuels, if there's a spill or there's a problem as a result, those conventions will respond. If they don't, we might need a new convention. That's still under discussion with the various bodies at the moment. I think the carbon tax issue has already been discussed. In terms of understanding the risks as well, we need to be sure that the alternative fuels can be used safely, otherwise the liabilities are going to go up massively. And how do we do that? Well, we have commissioned reports from one of our industry association partners, ITOP, for experts on pollution, to look at each of the prospective alternative fuels and give us an assessment, which we've then shared with the wider world. So that's another plank that needs to be done. And I think the education training side is being covered by ICS and the operational people. Classification side is hugely important in terms of assessing whether the engines are fit for purpose and can burn the new fuels. So it requires all partners and stakeholders in the maritime supply chain to work together, to collaborate, to make sure that we will be able to effect that transition. But as I say, the IG Club's main role is to be a supportive one to the ship owners. We also need to, very importantly, take our reinsurance partners with us on the journey and to explain the risks and make sure they're going to continue to cover as well, because that without those high levels of cover, vessels will not be able to trade in and out of ports as freely as they do today.
Thanks. I mean, many of the initiatives that are being taken by shipping companies are voluntary, but the incremental savings that can be achieved have had a massively positive impact, both in terms of actually reducing pollution, but also on the bottom line of shipping companies in terms of saving fuels. I mean, Denmark has led the way in managing many of these changes. I mean, so what voluntary changes, both from a technical and financing aspect, do you see as coming into play in the immediate future? Yeah, you go.
Well, I think that we're going to see, I'm quite sure that we're going to see an increase in activities related to energy efficiency, where the positive business case is always there. And so I think, again, when we manage in IMO to actually get the things done and have the regulatory certainty established, I think we will see a lot of retrofitting. I think we will see training of seafarers to operate the ships much more energy efficient. And then I'm not sure on the finance side, except that I'm quite confident that as soon as we have established a regulatory certainty, we will see the finance side coming in to invest in new fuel supply chains and production, and that is equally very, very important. Yeah.
Sure, but I mean, Nicholas, I mean, on the financing side, I mean, are we seeing our banks and financial institutions, are they going to be followers? Or, I mean, we see the Poseidon Principles and all these other initiatives. I mean, is that greenwashing by the financial institutions, or is there really the will there? And is there a place for all the initiatives that they're trying to introduce?
Well, I think clearly financial institutions and investors, they are paying a lot more attention to the quality of the fleet that they're financing. That is without any doubt. And I think particularly on the traditional major banks, because of the increasing regulatory demands on them, they make their attention in terms of the fleet that they finance even stricter. However, I think we talk a lot about green bonds and about sustainability-linked loans and so on, and clearly there are incentives provided. But if you talk to the ship owners, they would like those incentives to be bigger. So I think clearly the finance industry has a role to play, but I think there needs to be more attention there to make it more attractive to the ship owner at the end of the day. And if I may interject a different point here. Today, and in every conference I go, we all talk about cooperation. And clearly cooperation is the fuel of the future, I think, as DNV has coined the phrase. But at the end of the day, is cooperation going to happen voluntarily? You have stakeholders that have conflicting, if you want, objectives, cargo owners, ship owners, and so on. So at the end of the day, we need to find a way to, I wouldn't say to force cooperation, but let's say to incentivize it.
Okay, right, well, we're sort of getting towards the end, but there's a question I want to ask each and every one of you, and we're going to start at the far end with two of the. So, whilst the industry has made huge strides towards meeting sustainability targets and achieving net zero, I mean, if there's one development you would like to see in the coming year, either technical or regulatory, what would that be?
I'll build on a comment that was made earlier on actually your question on whether the IMO has teeth. I would definitely see a big value in the IMO having sharper teeth, because what I see is that indeed there's more attention on ESG amongst listed companies. The reality is the shipping industry is very fragmented. The average ship owner has 5 ships. So there's a big chunk of the industry that does not perceive the sense of urgency that we are discussing here. And you know, the idea of not having a plan B, I agree with it. I agree with it both as Fratelli Cosrich and as IBIA. As a matter of fact, as Fratelli Cosrich, we're investing on new fuels assets. As IBIA, we have a seat at the IMO, and we constantly discuss with Arsenio on how to take this agenda forward. The reality is that perception is not the same across the whole industry. There's a big chunk of the industry that is merely focused on now and not so focused on tomorrow. So my wish would be on the regulatory side, on having stronger enforcement and a more decisive position from the IMO.
Thank you. Nicholas.
Well, I would say 3 things. Number one, I would say on the regulatory side, we need more regulatory clarity, and I think that is coming. Then secondly, on the fuel side, we really need to have a check on reality, because we talk about all these wishful things that we'd like to see happening. We need to find out what can happen and within what time frame. And green fuels, they not only need production, they need also infrastructure for bunkering around the world and to be competitive. So I think we need to have some more focus on what is feasible in the near term for the fuels. And basically, the third one is I like the principle, the polluter pays. And we need to define who is the polluter and agree that the polluter at the end of the day has to pay. Is the polluter the ship owner? Is the polluter the cargo owner? I think clarity on regulation is going to stimulate cooperation more than we think.
Pamela.
I would say that, as we've heard several times, global regulation, unambiguous, very clear global regulation that is very harshly enforced. It has to be focused on the goal-based fuel standard, there has to be the economic element, and the enforcement has to be so that it is not cheaper just to pay the bill and continue burn black. It has to drive the right behavior that people are actually burning green fuel.
Nicholas says wants to see enforced the polluter pays. Well, that's normally the person who's got the best insurance coverage, isn't it?
It is, but that's not going to be my answer. So for me, I'm going to take a slightly different angle, which is solving the two global conflicts at the moment would have the biggest impact for me, because at the moment too much government time is focused on those conflicts and energy security. If those two conflicts were to be settled and we reached peace there, then there would be a massive refocus on decarbonisation.
Very valid point, and linking together, what's going on in the rest of the world, what we're trying to do in shipping. John?
I'd say alignment of regulations. We talked about the IMO with the global framework, and we also talked a lot about the technology and the technology development that's out there along with the fuels. Technology is not the problem. It's the willingness to move forward with a new design, the retrofit, the investments that are being made either from finance, from the operators, the owners, when there's that uncertainty. So once you have a framework that is in place that everyone can follow, that's global, this will help move along this decarbonization journey.
Andreas, what do you feel?
Well, I would say again the regulatory certainty, that we have a global regulatory framework that clearly says it gives a fuel standard, an economic instrument, and sets the clear operational and safety standards and training standards for seafarers. That would definitely, I really believe that is the most important. But equally important is also that we do get our hands around the just and equitable transition, which in some way continues to be something that we all commit ourselves to, but it's difficult to say, so what are we actually, how are we going to do that? So with these two things, I think that we can move ahead.
I mean, do you think there is enough cooperation? I mean, I found it fascinating sitting here earlier this afternoon, and there was the signing of this cooperation deal, and you saw all those logos up there, DNV and CCS and China Merchants, and I mean, I suddenly thought, wow, this is really strong East-West cooperation that it sort of smack you in the chops of thinking, well, wow, you don't often see that. Is there enough global cooperation on this, or is it this polarization that we've seen in so many other areas? John?
I mean, I can point to the AP Moeller-Maersk Center that has partners, multiple partners, that are working on nothing but sustainable solutions. And I mean, that is a great example of the industry at a global level working side by side and collaborating. And I think you see that repeatable across, like we saw today, you see that across the industry. So I don't think that there's a lack of collaboration, and as I said, technology will get there with that. It's that framework that has to be in place that'll help drive it forward.
Timothy, you've got partnerships with big commodity companies. Is there a very high level of cooperation in jointly finding the solution? Or was it a case of you went to them and said, we can do this for you, and here's our ideas, and on some of those innovative bunkering systems that you've put in place?
I think it's a bit of both. I think there has to be the initiative from the asset operator or the bunker supplier, but there also has to be a willingness to listen from the buyer. And I think the best cooperation that we have found so far is from big companies. Those companies that are structured enough to understand what the problem is, and also to be willing to invest on that transition. And I go back to my comment earlier about the industry being very fragmented and having a lot of smaller players. The smaller players, most of the times, they're not really aware or they are not structured enough to truly understand the problem, and they're not financially able to make investments to prepare for the future. And that is where also incentives and subsidies from government, they can help, because ultimately the whole industry benefits from that.
Thanks for that. Well, unfortunately, we've run out of time, but I'd really like to thank all of the panelists. There's been a lot of progress, but a lot of work still to do. But I'm pretty confident that with organizations and people like this moving it all in the right direction, the solution will be found. Thank you all very much for your input, and I wish you all a very enjoyable time during the rest of your time in Hong Kong. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Huxley, and all panel speakers. Thanks for your insightful sharing again.
Let's have a group photo.
Thank you again, Ms. Huxley, and all panel speakers. Thank you.
Dear guests and friends, the main forum of the World Maritime Merchants Forum 2024 has come to a successful end. We sincerely hope you have enjoyed all the presentations and discussions.
A kind reminder, the World Maritime Merchants Forum will host a series of thematic forums on the following day. Those include container shipping and logistics supply chain, tanker transport and safety management, LNG thematic, Capital Link Hong Kong, maritime law and insurance thematic, dry bulk thematic, and maritime sustainable development. We would like to welcome all guest attendants tomorrow.
And for the guests invited attending the gala dinner, please make your way to the 8th floor of the Renaissance Harborview Hotel.
请受邀嘉宾移步至万丽海景酒店8楼用膳。And see you next year. Goodbye.
I'll see you next time. Bye bye.